Test one, two, test. That was loud. Test one,
Testing
two.
one. One, two, three. I can yell if you want. And just hold it up here. You get so much distortion. It's a far field mic. It's not designed for that. Testing one. Hello. Good enough? Yeah, sure. Great. Great. You say welcome to Esports. Oh, that's funny. Hello. I just want to say thank you for being here because yesterday it was like 2 people and we kind of did an impromptu presentation. But to be fair, that's why we put the presentation first thing on Wednesday morning. We figured if people are going to miss something, it's probably that one. But that's why we're doing it again. Are we good to get started, Alex? All right. Am I leading off, Nick? Are you upset that I'm starting 30 seconds early? Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'm a teacher. I'm like, let's get started early and leave early. And Nick's the tech guy. He's like, I'm here anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah. In my mind, the schedule is we'll start no later than.
But what if someone's like, oh, I'm talking, and they come in at 9?
That's fine. There we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe. I'm a physics teacher at Snyder High School in Fort Wayne, and I am the executive director of Indiana Esports Network.
And my name is Nick, and I'm really loud, and I'm a technology integration specialist at Greensburg Junior High in Greensburg, Indiana, and I'm the president of the board of directors for Indiana Esports Network.
Yeah. So if you're not familiar, Indiana Esports Network is a group of educators like Nick and I. There are 9 of us on the board. We're all volunteers. We all have full-time day jobs in education, and then we do esports on the side, mostly for our own schools, and then in addition for the whole state organization, IEN. Think of us kind of like the IHSAA for traditional sports with a few extra additional responsibilities. So we not only schedule all of the matches and serve as a governing body, but we also help you in the schools. So we'll do training and professional development. We'll work with your IT departments to make sure everything's up and running. We do professional development for coaches, but the whole lot. If it touches esports, we're involved in the state of Indiana. So here's a resource for all of you. This session is focusing on what high school and middle school esports is, why it should matter to you as schools, and then talking a little bit about us and who we are. We have another session, I believe, at 11. We'll have to look at the schedule. I think it's at 11, which is an onboarding session. In that one, we'll go into more granular detail about what it actually means to do esports at your school, what the schedule looks like, what time commitments are, all of those sorts of things. So that'll be at 11 if you're interested in that one as well. This is more a broad picture one. So there's my contact info. Yeah, make sure you do have one of us scan your badge for the lead scanning. I can follow up and send you all this information. But we also have a few giveaways that we're doing. So we're giving away one of these Spectrum chair, thanks to Scott at Spectrum. So we'll be shipping that to you guys. And there's an opportunity to win a few ViewSonic monitors as well. So we'll take those drawings from your badge scanning. So please go ahead and make sure we get that done. Real quick, we just always like to poll who's in the room. So anyone have a current esports program at their school? Alex is raising his hand. Okay, 2 of you. How many of you are kind of exploring? We're getting ready to start this, but we're not quite there and actually started yet? And how many of you are like, this is my first time really hearing about this. This is gathering information, and we're getting ready to consider this.
Okay. Couple, good.
A good mix. Yeah, we're going to cover some for all of it. Nick, you want to talk a little bit about what it is in general?
All right, so esports, what is esports? It is competitive video game playing. Think about a traditional sport. I mean, it's going to be a very similar aspect, very similar to that. It's what we focus on a lot is team sports because that is where we as educators can really make a difference in kids' lives. We can help them learn through those skills, communication skills. We do have a lot of, we do have some other games. Some of our games are first-person type shooters. Those are really popular amongst kids. But we always do make sure that schools know that they should probably get permission from their administration for that. Some schools are like, yeah, that's fine. Other schools are like, not so much, and that's fine. No one has to participate in any certain game. A lot of different stuff. Most of our titles are played virtually. Like most of our games are played virtually, with the exception of then when we have state finals, that is an in-person event. And so that makes it things great for schools that are especially just getting started, that they don't have to worry about busing, they don't have to worry about other financial aspects that what a traditional sport would have to worry about.
That's just a little timeline of kind of the history of video games and esports. Probably a little hard to see with some of the text, but competitive gaming has been around for a long time, even in an organized fashion. So we're not inventing something new. And it's really still growing. This is a little bit old data now, but the projections are that esports as a market is growing, especially among the younger demographics. So there have been projections that esports in viewership is overtaking most professional sports leagues, especially in like your 18 to 30 demographic in age. So I mean, it's a spectator sport. Some of the biggest events across the world are esports events. The League of Legends World Championships, all of these sorts of things. Like 550 million fans worldwide are invested in the esports ecosystem and competitive professional gaming. Viewership is going up. There's just lots of data there. But it's also the ancillary or the tangential pieces as well, right? Of these content creators who are making tens of thousands of dollars a month streaming for these professional organizations. They're not even on the actual roster. They're akin to your type of social media manager, but their job is creating content for those organizations. Some of them are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month doing this. And we have students in our schools doing that, being content creators online and generating revenue on their own platforms. But we talk about that to talk about why it should really matter for schools. Because all of those things are great, but if it doesn't actually impact our schools and our students, then it doesn't really matter.
And so, I mean, why esports? What do we love about it? Well, all those benefits that you get from a traditional sport, you're also going to be getting with an esport. You know, you're going to have that competition, you're going to have teamwork, opportunities for leadership, all those things there that you can read. I'm not going to read to you. Those are all great things that we love about sports. And so those same things then happen when you have esports. Those same things go on. I guess it's been a while since we've looked at it. Have you changed the slide deck a little bit? Okay. So, sorry, it's been a minute. And so all those things about extracurricular activities, there's 14% better attendance, 20% better or difference in GPA, the difference in math. And then the one thing that Joe really likes to mention is someone that is involved in an extracurricular activity, they are 20% more likely to earn a bachelor's degree. And that's not necessarily sports or esports, that's just any sort of extracurricular activity. So why does that matter to you? Because we want those opportunities for our kids. Now, that's what we do, we're educators, that's what we want, okay? So all those same things are going into esports. We have the competition, the teamwork, the grit, all those buzzwords that administrators are looking for. It's esports too.
Yeah, a lot of people are surprised about the scholarship possibilities for esports in particular, but that's growing a lot across the country, but even particularly in Indiana. Indiana's collegiate esports ecosystem is one of the healthiest in the country in a lot of ways. At Snyder High School last year, we had 12 students graduate on scholarship for esports. That's more than like all the other athletic departments put together. And we have full athletic signings when we do it. We invite the news and they do full interviews just like you would for signing in any other sport. So there are lots of schools around the state who are finding opportunities for students in esports through scholarships.
And depending on what school that is or what type of program that is, it could be partial scholarships. But even like Ball State, they offer full ride scholarships for esports these days.
Yeah. So one of the great things about esports, we know extracurriculars are important. We know that it increases student engagement and motivation and all those benefits. But there's a large segment of our schools that aren't participating in extracurricular activities. So esports is that for a lot of students, that activity, that outlet, that community that they've never had before. And it's great because we're not segregating students or separating them based on age or gender or athletic ability or anything. Your esports programs in most schools are the most diverse program in the school. And you're seeing students that you don't, my principal always says he has students come up and talk to him about esports that he didn't even know went to our school. because they're just those kids that are just kind of in the background. They're not bad kids. They're just there, but they didn't really have an engaging, motivating factor until esports. So this is kind of another piece of that. One of my favorite statistics is 84% of students in esports said they never fit in anywhere else until they joined their esports program at their school. So 84% of kids are saying, I didn't have a community until now.
And that's what administrators are looking for. I mean, they are looking to get all of the kids involved because everyone knows that kids that are involved are going to be doing better in school. And so the administrators are like, yep, we've got our sports, we've got our cheerleading, we've got, academic things. But what is that thing that those kids that aren't involved in anything, what can we get them involved in? And so they're always reaching for new opportunities. Esports is that opportunity. You're going to get kids that come out for esports that they're not bad kids. They're just fly, like Joe said, just under the radar. They come to school when they have to, they sit there, they do what they're supposed to, and then they go home. They don't participate, they don't get involved.
Yeah. It also ties into a lot of, all those other educational buzzwords, right? STEM-based learning, deep learning, lots of college and career opportunities as well is something we're growing into in terms of cybersecurity in particular. So the Indiana governor created an executive council on cybersecurity. We're going to work with them a lot on showing students that there are careers that tie into their interests in esports. So Valorant is one of the games that we're streaming later this afternoon. Valorant's very tactical. Well, the governor's office and cybersecurity council says, hey, a lot of those tactics you're using in that game are what we want you to use in the cybersecurity field. So there's tie-ins there that we're exploring for possible future opportunities. What are they playing at schools? These are the most popular titles, maybe in schools. It changes all the time. We play some of them on here. Rocket League is pretty popular in Indiana. Overwatch is one of them. Super Smash Brothers, League of Legends. There are a lot of different games to play. We offer a ton of different things, and like Nick said earlier, some schools are like, yeah, we just don't want to do that. Great, don't. We offer lots of different opportunities, but we don't require you to do any of them. We always say that people are like, well, how do you do esports? And we say, well, there's as many different ways to do esports as there are schools in Indiana, because everybody's a little bit different. And our job is just to help you figure out what makes sense in your building for your community and execute it. We mentioned that scholarship piece. There are 500 colleges around the country that have esports programs. That's probably even higher now. If you can think of a school in Indiana, it has an esports program. My go-to example, anyone know Grace College in Winona Lake? Grace College has esports, right? If you can think of a school, they have it. Manchester, kind of by me, tiny little school, they have one of the better esports programs in the country. They recruit nationally, they have international partnerships. So there are lots of opportunities in Indiana for our students. The average esports scholarship is $2,400. And I will tell you, a lot of colleges will come to our schools and recruit directly because they know that those students have competitive experience. And that's a big leg up for our students in our schools. Oh, it's not just for players either. So we have students getting esports scholarships for production or for social media management. Last year, I had a senior who was hired by Indiana Tech during his senior year to produce their matches and streams, and then got a scholarship and walked on to that role. Lots of really cool opportunities. There are just some of the Indiana schools that have programs. Again, basically every Indiana college and university has some sort of esports program.
Some are more club-based, some are more competitive-based. A lot of the small schools were one of the small colleges were the first ones to get into that because for them it was easier to get an esports team together than a football team. Where the buy into that was a lot easier. The larger schools are now also dealing with having trouble getting kids to go to school, so now they're trying to get esports programs, and it's growing, small to large, large to small.
Yeah. Yesterday we had Trine and Ball State here to play a match against each other. That was a lot of fun. They both have very successful programs in the state. Purdue, IU, all of them are getting up and going. So there's some potential careers. So it's not just playing games. There are career opportunities that students can transition into. We don't focus on students going pro in esports, right? Just like you're not focusing on student athletes going pro. It's about opening doors and creating opportunities. And a lot of these opportunities exist for students. And they tie into the students' other interests. So some students are like, hey, I'm really into psychology. And some of our schools have psychology programs. Well, sports psychology is a real big subset of that. And what we have some schools doing is tying that into their esports program and using esports as a case study for sports psychology. Or our TV broadcasting is really big. right? If you have a TV broadcasting pathway, why not tie it into your esports program? You have a generic, like an automatic way to create that content and have that platform for your students. And that creates lots of opportunities. You can actually get a degree in shoutcasting from the University of Oklahoma. So from their College of Journalism and Broadcasting, specifically for shoutcasting, and all the careers that are opening up as a result of that. Yeah.
I've actually never heard shout.
So you're color commentating and broadcasting for like a professional sport. We just call it shoutcasting because they tend to be shouting most of the time. Mostly because the players are also shouting. So in order to be heard, you have to shout. You may have heard the Overwatch guys yesterday at the end of the day if you were anywhere by, because they were getting into it.
They were
in their
yes.
match.
Yeah.
Any other questions? This is a great place to stop for some introductory questions on the basics of that. Anything you want to ask? If you think we'll cover it later, doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm a teacher. I'm used to being interrupted all the time. Yeah.
One thing I feel like that I've gotten feedback with is that sometimes gamers are thought to be like people who are maybe in the basement by themselves.
Yep.
And so I've gotten some pushback on how that will promote maybe more of that lifestyle. And so I know you said that it was obviously focused on team aspect, but the additional feedback or pushback I've gotten has to do with mental health and maybe some negative connotations that come along with games and mental health. So do you have any numbers that match up with that more specifically besides just the feeling more included
Right.
aspect?
Yeah, I can share with you some resources. We'll make sure we follow up afterwards. But yeah, Oxford University is one of the ones doing a lot of studies there. And I can show you some of the data and share with you the data about, specifically they've done a lot of studies on violence in video games, because that's a big, question from a lot of schools. Yep, so they've done studies on the correlation there, and they've done studies on the mental health correlation. But yeah, I can share all of that. It's a little bit more like in-depth than we want to go in the big presentation, but yes, I have all of those resources that I can share. And to your first part, yes, a lot of times video games has that stigma of just somebody alone in their basement. But bringing that out and making them part of that bigger group help, but then also being intentional, right? That's why our organization is about, this is a school activity. This is not, you're on a team from school, but you're going home and playing. This happens in your school building. This happens with an approved school adult who is there. And it's not an esports coach in that they're an expert in the game, right? People in our schools aren't experts in video games. People in our schools are experts on kids and how to create environments for kids that are successful. That's what we want. We can teach you all the other stuff. We can help you make sure the game gets running and how to do some things. But if you're the adult in the room who cares about kids and is going to create those opportunities for the communication and for having those conversations, then that's the really important part. And just being intentional about combating toxicity, because that is one of the big things in video gaming, right? And you have to create an environment in your school where that's not acceptable. And most of our schools are really good about that, and they see really marked success pretty immediately. As soon as those students realize, like, oh, wait, no, this is a safe space where we're not going to do those things that people do online, then it's really helpful. Yeah, some schools will not play, like Valorant and Overwatch and things like that. So as an organization, we don't play anything past rated T for teen. We don't play any of those rated M games. But even then, some schools don't play some specific games. So it's all about what makes sense for your community and your group. Some schools are for that, some schools aren't. So sometimes a school of thought is, well, those kids are playing those games anyway. Let's teach them how to do it in a responsible way. Let's teach them how to frame this as what it is and use it as a growing opportunity. But in some situations, that just doesn't make sense. Yep.
And that's really important, the way we encourage our coaches to have their teams set up. I mean, yeah, we encourage like good luck, have fun pledges. I mean, we encourage all of that stuff to happen because you are the person that is taking the kid out of the basement and saying, here's how you interact with humans. You've not done it for a while. Here's what you need to do. And it just, you are going to be that person that changes that kid's life and has that different trajectory for how they're doing video games.
Yeah.
Do you have advice on funding and fundraising?
Yep, we have some of that coming up. Yeah, we have some funding resources. We have lots of conversations with foundations and organizations, and none of them want to give us money, which makes it difficult. But they tell us they want to give you money directly to schools. So especially community foundations in your county is where we have seen the most success across the state. So the more local you can get, the better. But yeah, we have some resources we can share.
Yeah.
Anything else at the moment?
So you said you're the scheduler across the state for
Mhm.
competitions. So are you scheduling specific games?
Yep.
One specific game at a time?
Yep.
So if you're a Rocket League, like today's the Rocket League
Correct.
match, and then, I don't know, Mario Bros.
Yep.
Whatever.
Is a different day. Yep.
Yeah.
But you don't have to worry about any of that scheduling or contacting other coaches. There's no like athletic director at your school that is reaching out to other ADs and coming up with a schedule. We do all of that. We help with the communication side. Yeah, it's not simple. Don't mishear me, because some people will tell you we have the turnkey esports solution and it's really simple. It's not. That doesn't exist. Esports is work, and it takes a lot of effort, but we're telling you we're going to help, and it's worth it for kids. We're also telling you it's free through us and not through others, but we'll get to that part later. There are some schools that are doing that. There are some schools that have created a local pathway for esports. Oh,
Oh.
yes, like divisions. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we do single A, double A, and triple A based on school size.
Okay, so you're playing other schools similar to
Correct.
ours, not
Correct.
bigger schools that may.
Yep.
Just to add a comment on the concern about students being playing in the basement and there being stigma. In addition to the schools and colleges, we're seeing city and county recreation
Mm-hmm.
departments, we're seeing YMCA, we're seeing Boys and Girls Club. So that social aspect of bringing students who aren't participating in traditional athletics, getting them into the recreation programs. So when school's not in session in the summer, they have this pathway where they can get together and socialize, which I think is a huge
Mm-hmm.
and understated
Yeah.
benefit.
All right. I think we'll jump forward, but if you have more questions, by all means, interrupt us.
So this is on the tech plan that everyone has to fill out for the DOE. They used to ask a question about Indiana esports. In 2019, they had it. And they even made a little graph for us, which was really nice. And you could see that there was a small number of schools that had competitive esports teams at the 4%. Others had clubs. Then we can move forward to I think 2021, where I had to make the graphic, and it wasn't very nice. It kind of doubled at that point in time in 2021. Since then, they've not asked the question, and every year I go to the DOE booth, or I stop Mr. Hag, and say, hey, can you ask this question? I'll look into that. Whatever, it's fine. But it is growing, and then so since then we don't have any statewide data since 2021. But as far as our data, we grow about 15 to 20% year over year in the number of schools that are participating with us. So right now we're at probably 200 schools,
Yeah,
probably
just
100,
about.
probably about 150 high schools, 50 middle schools, right around that area that are members of IEN. And most schools in the state of Indiana do participate with us, but there are some that don't. There are some that have esports programs that don't participate with IEN. They pay and participate with other leagues and do their own thing.
I mean, Nick and I are obviously biased because, we run IEN, but we want to tell you about some of the other opportunities. So there's a big distinction between state-based leagues and national-based leagues. There are a few national players in the game. There are lots of things we could talk about them not being recorded and on stream, and I'm sure lots of people in this room have opinions as well. But the big distinction is we are the only ones who are Indiana educators doing this for Indiana schools. We're also the only ones who are nonprofit and are a free-to-join organization. Nick and I pride ourselves, and the rest of the board pride ourselves on not accepting money that has any strings attached to it. We are beholden to no one besides Indiana students in Indiana schools. So if there are opportunities that come up that we're like, hey, no, that doesn't align with our values and what we want, that's great. We don't get paid anyway. It doesn't make a lot of difference for us. We have enough money to operate how we need to. So there is no other mission or motivation besides what's good for schools.
And even so you look at all this equipment that's up here that our partners have brought to us and are helping us out with. It's not like we're getting anything from, there's no like kickback. Like if you end up buying a desk from someone or a computer from someone, we don't get a kickback from that because like he said, we don't want to be connected to someone where we can't be like, nope, we don't feel comfortable with that. We're done.
Right. So, I mean, we're all in education. We know that there's an end game somewhere, right? It could be selling student data. It could be, insert a value in the blank. For us, it's just the end game is let's do what's good for kids. That's what we spend our days doing anyway. We just now spend our nights doing it too.
And that's really that last point on there where an area of distinction for us is adult-led versus student-led. So a lot of the national or different leagues are going to be, kids are going to be playing from home, and they'll be communicating with each other through Discord, but sometimes that adult isn't necessarily involved. For us, this needs to happen in the schools. The adult needs to be in the room with them, because that adult is going to be the person that teaches them how to communicate, teaches them teamwork, teaches them persistence. Like, yeah, we lost, that does suck, but you guys got to pick yourself up. We've got another match. We can do this. Those are all the things that the adult is going to do that kids don't get when they're playing in their house by themselves, just happening to be, online with another group.
That's just like our mission statement. It's on our website. You can read it. We talked about it. I think you get it. What does it actually look like? So again, we are kind of not just a governing body that sets rules and things, but schedules and professional development for coaches, all those things, guidance regarding funding, community improvement, things like that. This is kind of at a glance what it means. So we have a regular season competition that lasts about 6 weeks. Middle school is fall and spring separate, because the idea is middle schoolers are young. They're figuring out what they want to do. We don't want to lock them into something for a long time. At the high school level, they're pretty committed to this, and we do a full year-long season split up into semester halves. It's all online, no travel. A lot of people are like, oh, esports, we don't have the money for that. It's probably one of the cheapest activities you're going to do at your school. We hear a lot of comparisons to robotics, and Alex is a robotics guy over there, and it's like, well, you're spending $50,000 a year on robotics, and our esports teams are not. I mean, your recurring costs are very, very little. So there might be an upfront cost, but think about the upfront cost of even just building a tennis court. And how many students is your tennis court going to support a year? At Snyder, we bought 20 computers 6 years ago. Haven't spent really any money since, and we support about 100 students a year in our program. So if you look at cost over time, it's really not as substantial as most people think. We mentioned playing games that are E and T for teen. We do have statewide playoffs for all the different games. All the varsity teams qualify for the state playoffs, and then we do in-person championships at the end. And we're trying to do more in-person opportunities. Optional, not necessarily required, but something like this, where students get to come, and they get to meet the people face-to-face that they're competing against. They get to see this environment. It really changes their perspective on the whole situation that they have. So we're trying to do more in-person activations. Well.
And that was one of the neat things that we noticed yesterday, like even myself noticed. So when the two college teams were done playing, they did the normal thing where they cross and shake hands like you would see on a football field. But we didn't see any of our high school or middle school players do that yesterday. And we're like, that's right, because they don't play each other in person a lot, whereas a college team is going to be doing a lot more land stuff. And so we're like, you know what, we need to bring that. We need to mention that to coaches, because that is important, that sportsmanship piece of it.
So your role as an adult, or whoever your coach role is again, not necessarily a game expert. Kids know how to play a game. They can watch YouTube videos on how to get better. They can't watch a YouTube video on how to be a better teammate, or how to effectively communicate, or what it means to be a part of that organization.
And I would say probably at least 50% of the coaches, when we're onboarding new schools, don't play games at all. Like, I mean, they might play like on their phone, like, Candy Crush or something, but they don't play competitive video games, and they still have successful teams, because there's so many resources that we can help you with, that are able to get you and your kids where you need to be.
We have students involved in other aspects as well. So all of your students might not want to play the game, but maybe some of them want to help you generate graphics for your social medias, or maybe some of them want to be on your broadcast and production team. So there's ways to get students involved even that aren't playing the games. And that's a whole nother even subset of your esports population that is even, fringe from the fringe group. So there's lots of opportunities for all kinds of students. Other questions? Okay. So this is kind of more nitty-gritty how stuff. So if you're looking at getting started, have key conversations early. This is Nick's big thing he loves to harp on, right? As a technology guy, Nick's like, involve your technology people from the very beginning.
Yes, don't surprise your technology people. Like, oh, hey, next week I need to have this unblocked on the filter. Not going to go well, okay? at the very beginning say, hey, we're investigating this esports things, and there's going to be a couple things I'm going to need your help with. We'll sit down, we'll talk. We've got time. There's gonna be some resources. We're meeting with some experts, and they've got some resources for you. So just look out for that.
Yeah, athletics is up there because some of our schools put esports under the athletic umbrella, some of them don't. So having that conversation within your school or within your district of where exactly does this fit? Is it student life? Is it athletics? There's no right or wrong answer necessarily. Just depends on what you guys are looking for. Also, community organizations. So having conversations with local colleges and universities on how they can support, or community foundations, those sorts of things.
And for me as a coach, when I first started out at the middle school, it was like, we're doing esports. I don't know anything about it, but we're doing it. And we started with Rocket League because it was pretty easy to start with. And I'm in there and I'm coaching, but I didn't know how to play the game. It's like you're a car and you go hit a ball. That's the basis of what I knew. And so the kids were kind of not doing great. But then I was like, you know what? Xavier University, I'm down in Southeast Indiana. Xavier University has an esports, a Rocket League team. It's like, hey, my wife happens to work there, so she got me a contact. And so, hey, can this kid come out? And he's like, yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I'm so jealous that your kids have these programs. So he came out and he worked with my kids. I was just sitting there taking notes. That was like the most educational thing I'd experienced, like that hour. Like I learned so much about like the meta of the game and how to kind of run practices and do that. So there are, like we've talked about, colleges all over. Or if you're middle school, your high schools in your area might also have esports teams. Kids can come down because all of the kids are so excited to do this. They're so invested in this. If they have the opportunity to help people that are younger than them, whether it's college to high school or middle school or high school to middle school, I mean, they want to do this because they're so jealous that they didn't have that opportunity when they were in middle school. They will come down and it'll be a great experience.
In terms of what does it actually look like physically in your building, it varies. We have some schools who bought a laptop cart and they wheel it into the cafeteria and they play after school. We have some schools who have dedicated labs where that's all it is. It's not used during the day. It's only used after school for esports. We have some schools who are dual purposing labs for like PLTW or graphic design, because if those PCs are capable for those applications, they're most likely capable for our games. Like I said, a wide variety of different things. Think about accessibility to power, right? This is a lot of power draw, and frankly, we're surprised we haven't tripped any breakers yet. So be thinking about that when you're in your space. Think about internet connectivity, obviously. HVAC is the one that sometimes people forget. They can get pretty warm. These PCs are pretty good heaters, and you get a lot of bodies into a closed space. And esports students are not always known for being the most hygienic of individuals.
Because as you pull them out of the basement, haven't had some of those life lessons yet. And so you are, as a coach, are going to also talk about those sorts of things.
Yes. So having a nice, cool room helps with that for sure. Technical requirements. We have a networking guide and a technical requirements guide that we can share with all of you as you get going into this. Most of the games that we play are not as, demanding as you would think on our systems, right? If you try to get sold a $3,000 computer, you should send me the quote so we can shame those companies, because you don't need to buy, at the top of the line, $3,000 computer to play games in a middle school or a high school. And that's part of the reason we have partnerships with who we have partnerships with and not with who we don't. So we can help you understand what you actually need and what you don't. You don't need $100,000 to get started. You don't need anywhere near that. We also have documentation for your network techs about firewall and how to do all the things. We're happy to jump on calls and explain. We're happy to connect. We said there's 200 schools across the state who are doing this. We can find somebody else who's running the same hardware you are with the same vendors, and we can make those connections so you can get it to work as well. Here's a little bit about machines. The number of PCs is a question. We do advocate for computers for PCs instead of consoles. They're more flexible. You're going to get a higher end experience. It's more transferable skills. You can dual purpose those machines. There's a lot of benefits to a computer over a console.
There are a couple titles that we play that are based on Nintendo Switch.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously you would need to have a Nintendo for if you're doing those titles. And that's also for a lot of schools that are like unsure about how to start this. That is one recommended entry point, because you can get a Nintendo Switch. Oops, I'm not going to pull that up. Just connected. A Nintendo Switch, $300 nowadays, $350. If you go for the Switch 2, it is backwards compatible. So you could get that. It's $450. $30 in a game, and you can automatically just have a team for Smash Brothers, or if you get two of them, you can have a team of Mario Kart right there. Or what a place a lot of schools start is they talk to their IT people, but then they have their kids bring in their Nintendo Switches, and then they say, hey, we need to put this on the network. There's a little $14 dongle that you connect it to the network, and you're good to go. So you right there started up with a cost of maybe $30, and you can get going on a Nintendo Switch. If you have kids, bring them in, or if you have your own, you can bring that in. So
we also do chess and Tetris, which is on anything with the web browser. So you're one-to-one with some sort of devices, Chromebooks, iPads, laptops, doesn't matter. They can play chess and Tetris. So you can start, next week for $0.
Yeah.
In terms of number of PCs, if you're going to do that, though, a lot of the games we play are 5 players on a team. So I would say 10 is a really great sweet spot for a number of computers. But some schools start with 3, some schools start with 5. There's no wrong answer. But 5 PCs is normally a good number for a single team. There are some technical requirements there. These are a little bit old, but something akin to those. Honestly, at Snyder, I'm still running like the left column. We're still running 1660 graphics cards from a long time ago. They're still fine. I wouldn't buy them now. I would buy something better now, but they're not as demanding as you might think.
Because all the games are pretty much the same, with the exception of Marvel Rivals is the only one that really has more.
Yeah, give or take. You don't need gigantic monitors either, and you don't need crazy ones. 24 hertz or 24-inch 144 hertz is kind of the gold standard. I mean, you can go up from there if you've got the money, but a lot of people are just running those. Peripherals, a lot of students are going to bring in their own if they really care, but you can get fairly decently priced peripherals from a lot of different places as well. Funding options and opportunities. So there's kind of 2 things here. One is your school supporting it. What does that look like? Academics or athletics or student life, but then also other fundraising opportunities. Fightspeed is our partner that provided these PCs and things. They have some grant writing opportunities that you can look through for them. Walmart Community Foundation does grants for all the local communities. So you can sign up with your local Walmart as a nonprofit and get some funding there. The McCarthy Dressman Foundation is a really big one. They give like $100,000 a year grants every year. And we've had some schools get those for their esports programs. Local community foundations is where we've seen the most success. So for your county has a local community foundation. We can make those connections if you need to. But I would say a decent percentage.
And those are usually several times a year, really quick turnaround type of grants. $1,000, $1,500. Right there, you can get 2 switches and get a couple accessories, and you're good to go with that. So.
The DOE has the digital learning grants that we've had a lot of schools have success with in the past.
Yeah, so we've had a couple schools either digital learning or STEM integration or acceleration grants where they are working towards computer science. And so they're like, okay, well, physical computing is part of computer science. So they write the grant they are going to be purchasing the components of PCs, and in their computer science class, they are building computers. They just so happen to be esports computers. And so at the end of that grant, you then have all of your esports labs set up, ready to go. And the kids have learned so much. I mean, as far as how to build computers, how to test things, how to do the set, all those different things. So those are also opportunities. Just being creative, asking local businesses for sponsorships. That was another thing that we did early on. There's a little local website company. He's like, yeah, I'll give you a couple $100. That's awesome. I'm so jealous that I couldn't do this when I was in school. And so
we actually did like naming rights for our esports lab. So there was an alumni who had a tech company in Fort Wayne, gave us some money, and they got naming rights for the lab, and we broadcast them on our social media and streams. So again, there's lots of different opportunities. Fundraising as well. Don't miss the fundraising opportunities for your students, right? You're fundraising for other activities at your school. Fundraise for esports.
Like one of our board members just did a donors choose, I think, and there's some kind of matching with it, and ended up getting almost a whole slew of
doubled
computers.
Their lab,
yeah.
I think. What does the adult sponsor need to do? So there's like a director level sort of thing where you're doing the high level sort of planning, organizing, facilitating. You're also probably going to be the coach. You're probably going to wear 2 hats. And the coach is a person doing, traditional coach things, tryouts, rosters, some in-game coaching, but mostly focused on communication, professional development, student development, and all those sorts of things. Eventually, we encourage schools to start broadcasting their matches. It's not something to start with in the first year or 2, but again, it opens up a whole nother realm of possibilities for your students, for college, for careers, and all those sorts of things, but also for your school. The visibility and the publicity from having your students produce your match streams and going out online is really powerful for a lot of our schools. We also have a partnership with Zotac and LandFest where we get to stream 60 of our matches throughout the year. So we pick different schools to highlight on a national stream with professional production and casters, which is really cool. I love showing people the Tetris one. If you want to go find our YouTube and look for the Tetris stream from a few weeks ago. Like whatever you think you know about Tetris, it's probably not what happened in that match.
It's insane.
We have 2 players in Indiana who are in the top 5% in the world as high school students in Indiana, and they played each other, and it was, I don't even know how to describe it.
I couldn't because it was so fast.
Yeah, it's insane. So we have some details, and we'll share this with you. There's just a lot more details about how to do streaming and production that I definitely didn't steal from Josh's presentation at Lightspeed. He already knows, Scott. I already told him, so you don't got to tattle on me. All right. What other questions? So the onboarding thing is what we'll do in the 11 o'clock session. So if you're like, I really want to know what days do you play the different games? How long does that last? What do I need specifically to do? We're going to cover every possible detail you could want at that 11 o'clock session. If you can't be there for that, we also schedule them online via our website. So our booth was kind of, just past the elevators as you came through. We've got cards and letters there. Make sure you stop by and grab one, and you can schedule an onboarding meeting with us whenever. We keep them to 30 minutes, but we can do whatever you need to do in that time.
And it can be you, it can be, if you want to bring your IT people in, your administrators in, whoever, that meeting is whatever you want it to be, and however you want to run that.
Nick and I joke that we spend more time with each other in the onboarding sessions than we do our wives.
Certain times of the years.
Yeah.
Or the year, yeah.
All right, but yeah, other questions? Yeah.
Small school organization, does Esports ever take a hit for stealing kids from their athletic programming? And like, what's the seasonal schedule thing? What athletics are you?
Some students definitely do both, but in most of our schools, they're just telling them, whatever you're committed to, you're going to follow through with. But we have students who, like at the high school level, might not play in fall because they're doing football. And then when football's over, they'll come and join esports in the spring. So at the high school level, there is that flexibility of year-round season, so they can join for one or the other.
And at the middle school level, I mean, there's different games, different seasons, and most of the middle school kids are just excited they get to play video games at school. So they're not necessarily like, oh, I'm a diehard, Rocket League player. I'm a diehard, Fortnite. I mean, they all think they are, but they're not a diehard Fortnite player. And so they just participate when they can. So I've not really noticed. There was one kid that was a really good Rocket League kid, and he was also in cross country. And so cross country season in middle school ended like the second week of our competition. We started in middle of September, and so he just didn't come to the first match, and I had enough people on the bench that it was fine.
So I am trying to help a school get you.
When you say that you have like these kids that kind of come in and out, how do you pick the team? You only get 5 kids on a team. How do you go through and choose and narrow that down?
So it's going to be based on many, many different things. First off, your philosophy, what you want to do, the number of computers, PCs, or switches that you have. You're going to come up with, here's the maximum amount that I can physically have. Then you're going to have the maximum amount I can mentally have. One year we have a lab of 30 computers because we do PLTW, and so we just use the PLTW machines for that. And so there's 29 kids like, yeah, I want to do Rocket League. So I was like, sure, let's do 7 teams or something like that. And then I quickly realized that was a mistake. I need to cut that way down because I could not do all of that. So how does that happen? You have tryouts. It could be as simple as, hey, go home, you play Rocket League at home, show me what your rank is on there, and you just kind of like rank kids and then go from there. It could be more in depth of like having a spreadsheet and ranking and watching kids play and figuring out on that spreadsheet who does what. A big part, like our Fortnite coach this year, she actually did that, but one of the kids was a better technical player, but was not good at talking, was kind of on their own, wanting to do everything themselves. That kid ended up being on the club team, on the kind of the JV team, whereas a kid who wasn't as good but was a better communicator made it to the varsity team. Those are all decisions you're going to make and that we can help you make. We've got spreadsheets, we've got like practice practice
tryout rubrics and
rubrics,
things.
That sort of stuff. We can share all that stuff with you guys.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so like traditionally what I would do is I'd have a call-out meeting, which is a big just informational meeting, and have 100 some students show up, and then we'd have scheduled tryouts for the next 2 weeks. So like Monday is Valorant tryout day. You want to try to be on Valorant, you show up Monday. And Tuesday is Overwatch. And we have kids that show up every day. They're like, I just want to play. I'm going to try out for everything. But then we would go through a traditional like cut process of, you know, here's how many spots we have on the team. You made our varsity team. You made our club team. So we do different levels of competition as well. So there's an opportunity for as many students as you can support, but you might have to have cuts.
So, is there a lot of registrations for those teams if you for sports like you are for
We
robotics or?
we try to make it as simple as possible for you. So there's like registering with or becoming an IEN school. It's a Google form you fill out. Then registering a team for a competition, you just go to or to a website and go like, yep, I've got a team, and boop, I'm now registered for Fortnite. And no, I also
No, we're a free to join organization, and at the club level, it's free to play. You can have as many club teams as you want and play forever for free. At the varsity level, we will charge you $100 for your school for the whole year.
for all the teams. So
For as
you could
many
have
teams as you want.
10 different teams. Yeah.
$100 for your school for the year.
You guys are definitely not taking
No, a few years ago we had to put our own money in to keep the website up and
Yeah.
stuff, and we were like, hey, we need some source of income, so $100 for your school just helps us run an organization of thousands of people across the state. So,
And that's because we want to keep the barrier to entry as low as possible because we believe in this. We know this is great for kids, and we want to get as many schools as possible into this. And $100, most administrators will be like, that's fine, stop bothering me. Here's $100.
yep. And in terms of like the actual registration process, we have help sessions online where you can jump in a meeting with us, and we'll help you register and go through the whole process. So, all right, we want to respect your time, so it is 9:44. We are going to keep hanging out. You are welcome to ask more questions. You are welcome to hang out and watch some players get ready to start. If you did not get scanned on your way in, Nick's got the badge scanner, so make sure you do that so we can follow up and also can enter you into those giveaways. But we are here the rest of today and all day tomorrow. Feel free to hang out and ask your questions or stop back by. Thank you all for coming.
Scan me. Thank you, sir.
Anybody else not get scanned?
Oh, over there. We just had one of these. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit. Yeah. So sorry. Had to go run and get Anderson here. All right. So yeah, what were you thinking from your email?
Test.
Okay.
Test. Hey everyone, welcome to this session. We are going to start in probably 5 to 7 minutes. We're still letting the teams
Okay.
get set up. I am going to vamp a little bit. The guy that's really good at it isn't here. He's supposed to be coming. But so let's talk about what game are we playing? Playing Overwatch? Who knows anything about Overwatch would like to talk about it?
I guess. Yeah, I didn't see that coming. All right. Well, Overwatch is a game that came out in 2016, and it is a team shooter. It's an objective-based game, which means that unlike like Call of Duty or something like that, where your objective is to actually kill the opponents, killing your opponents is somewhat useful, but really your objectives are more robust. Something like there might be a payload that you're trying to move from one side of the map to the other, and along the way, you can do that by keeping them off the payload. You can do that by killing them so they're not on the payload. You know, there's a variety of ways to do that. So everything is more meshed together. You have to have synergy between your players, and each character has their own abilities and their own special ultimates that they can do that help you to accomplish those tasks. So you try to make your team comp kind of work together. So you'll have on each team one tank whose job it is to take space, basically to kind of push people back a little bit and give your DPS, which are damage people, give them a chance to hopefully do their job and take some people out. And then you've got support players who some of their job is to heal, but some of it is to provide additional buffs and things to the rest of the team so that they can accomplish their tasks. And so you're constantly trying to sort of manage all of those abilities that you have, and then at the same time try to get everything to match up so that it works well against the other team who's trying to do the same thing. So that's kind of the general idea.
Perfect, thank you. And so thanks for that. I do want to mention, if I've not scanned you, let me know. We do have a couple giveaways that we're going to give away from these scans. We've got 2 ViewSonic portable gaming monitors and also a Spectrum gaming chair. And saying that, I would like to thank all of the people, all of our partners here, Bytespeed, Spin, Spectrum, Extron. All these companies are great partners of ours. And is Lucas wanting to talk for a little bit, or is he busy? He's busy. Okay. And we also are going to be streaming, and we've got a couple kids over here that are going to be giving commentary during the match to help you guys understand. How many of you, as viewers in the room, how many of you are familiar with like esports? Are you guys just here to watch something awesome, or are you like here to learn? A little bit of both. Okay, some watching awesome. Okay, that's great. And then obviously we're IEN. If you have questions, you can stop by here. You can go to our booth, which is out in the hallway, and schedule meetings with us, learn about us. These are 2 teams that compete with us, and they've been very successful in their own right the past couple of years. Yeah. You can, yes.
Just one more thing about IEN. It is the Indiana Esports Network, and we are a Title I school. We don't have any money. we don't have a budget for this. Okay, we get literally no support whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I don't even know how I'm going to cover the $38 for parking today. But these guys have supported people like us, supported teams like us over the years, and we can't afford the thousands of dollars it takes to play on some of the other networks, Play Versus and High School Esports League, those other ones that are set up more for schools that have a lot of money. And so it is only by their grace that we are able to actually compete in something like this. And then last year we got to the state championship with a team again that has no money. So yeah, so this is like a really cool program, a really cool thing that's offered so that everybody can participate in esports, not just the wealthy. Okay.
And I didn't even pay him to say that, so thank you so much. But yeah, IEN, Indiana Esports Network, we're all volunteers. Joe's great at giving this spiel about we're all volunteers, and we do this because it's what's best for kids. All of the coaches, all the administrators are involved to see those benefits that esports provides for kids, and that's why we do that, and that's why we're a free to join organization, free to compete organization at the club level, and to move up to the varsity level, it's only $100 for the entire year for all the different titles that we do. Okay.
About that April event at the arena, because I know they're really close to finalizing that in Noblesville. So like, I don't know how much that runs. Because the arena in Noblesville is its own separate thing.
Okay, we are close.
Okay.
Do we want to introduce our people that are going to be helping us giving some shoutcasting?
Hi, I'm Trevor. I'm Trevor with on the board here with the IEN, and I literally just told these students or asked them if they would help me cast. I kind of told them, he said, but I voluntold. So we're nervous. I don't do well public speaking in front of not 15-year-olds. If you're 15 in my class, then I'm a teacher as well. I'm sorry, that maybe sounded weird, but this is Owen and
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. You want to say hello? What school you go to?
I go to Anderson, and I'm a sophomore. Mm-hmm.
I also go to Anderson, and I'm also a sophomore.
And hopefully they know more about this game and can teach me some things, and maybe you guys at the same time as we're watching the gameplay. That's what our goal is here. Awesome.
Okay. Ready? Still trying to log in. Okay. And this is one of the great things that you learn in esports is persistence, perseverance, grit. We got to keep working. Yep, I'm having trouble logging in, but yep, going to keep trying. Remembering passwords. Yeah, that memory aspect of esports, very important. And this is high school, by the way. Can you imagine if this is the middle school kids?
But like Arsenal Tech really wants to do it, they just don't have funding. So maybe even a partnership directly with the different companies like Arsenal Tech could be really cool. Like if that's developed down the road, because I know they want to get started.
While we're waiting, are there any questions from the audience?
So, but yeah, maybe we can do that. We're up for having conversations about whatever makes sense and whatever works.
Flexibility, another skill learned in esports. We just changed.
Great place to start, and then we're gonna have some more in-person events this year, and then we'll just keep building. I know the in-person thing is really like what draws people. So. I don't wanna
Learning consequences, another great thing about esports.
Yeah, whatever. They're gonna get started soon, and there's lots of other stuff going on here as well. But yep. Yep, we're available. You already got it booked, so. Yep.
It's never gonna catch me.
Chilhelm.
Test.
1976.
Still logging in? Are we good to start? Yeah, one more on the phone to the parent. In the meantime, let's have the students introduce themselves. So tell us your name and also what grade you are in.
I am Aiden Gavilanes, and I am a senior.
Next week.
And do you have a, this shows my ignorance of this game, do you have a certain role, or are you like the tank?
I'm the DPS.
I'm Elijah McCollum. I'm also a senior, and I'm also DPS.
Damage per second?
Jaden Suman, senior year, support.
I'm Kiner. I'm a senior and I'm support.
Dominic Bolin, I'm a junior, and I'm tank.
Go through this team, tell us your name, tell us your grade. Tell name, grade, and position.
My name's Isaiah. I'm a junior, and I play tank.
I'm Owen. I'm a sophomore and I play support.
My name is Gideon. I'm a sophomore and I play support.
My name's Gavin. I'm a junior and I play DPS.
My name is Caleb and I'm a senior and I play DPS.
All right, looks like they are all logged in now. So we are going to begin. Good luck, have fun.
We are almost ready to start. This is Overwatch, right?
Yes.
Overwatch 2, that is.
Yeah.
5v5.
Because they dropped the sequel for no reason.
Right.
And then took away the main game.
Right.
And then lied about it. PvE.
Welcome in. I'm Trevor with the Indiana Esports Network. I am going to learn a lot about this game through a couple of student volunteers helping me commentate this match versus Anderson High School and who are we playing against? Who's Anderson playing against? Bluffton High School?
Shows the more important.
Right. BHMSD. All right, so tell me about what's happening here. Is this like we're observing the start of the match?
So right now both teams are picking their characters,
Trying to discuss what characters might go together to work well on this map in terms of their content.
and finding out just who they want to beat to battle the other teams.
Awesome. I like seeing the sportsmanship at the beginning of the match. GLHF. Good luck, have fun in the match.
Back when I was early into Anderson Esports.
Yeah.
We had something on our junior varsity, which I was a part of at the time, that was just GH, just good hat. We just came around during a random scrim, and it just kind of stuck to us.
Almost an inside joke.
Yeah, and then for a while I started what was basically a cult of just using the Pachimari icons.
I see.
Kind of what they were doing, using all the same icons.
Yeah.
Icons everyone to all use the little squid thing. Some of us still stuff. This is always my favorite part of Overwatch tournaments. The technical difficulties.
Yes. As always, there's always some technical difficulties that pop up when you start.
Yeah,
As soon as you start. We haven't started the game.
Yeah.
Last Tuesday during our doubleheader, I had a headset died mid-team fight.
Oh, of course. The same headset that's been plugged in all day, but is now died for some reason.
My personal headset is wireless, but it was like medium battery that just died.
Yeah. We'll get this game rolling. This first map
What is our objective going to be? Do we know that already?
It's kind of like King of the Hill.
Okay.
You have to go to a specific point, and then you have to like stand there to capture it. And then you will start getting percent. Once you get 100%, you have collected the round. It's best 2 out of 3.
Okay. And I assume if you're standing on that point, the other team's going to be trying to kill you and take you off of it so that they can take over.
Yes.
As long as there's one person on point, it's contested. No matter who it is. No matter if it's the enemy tank and your support, it's still contested. Contested meaning, so your percentage won't tick up if there's... Your percentage will tick up, but they won't start capturing.
How it works is if one team is the only team on the point, it'll fill up this little ring. And then once it's completely full, you will gain points until the other team fills up the ring.
Nothing stops percentage from increasing besides flipping. I'm with you now. Okay.
You'll see it in the game.
So it looks like Anderson's going to be on the left in the blue, and
yes,
Bluffton is on the right in orange, red. The technical issues we have, I guess, is with the team communications. There's headset issues. There always is. Always is, yeah. I don't think we've ever had a match where we haven't had at least 2 technical issues. Yeah. We're going to get started back up here. What's that? I'll be here if something breaks. I'll fix it. Yes. Yes. We are fortunate to have a lot of help around for this match. We got it up. It could have been a good hour-long break there to get that fixed, but with the help we had, we got it done pretty quick. Looks like AHS is expected going. Is Tracy, Venture, Liang, and Kiri. That's a very. He loves to.
That's Red Hawk.
He loves himself. Well, Red Hawk is just comparison there. Jumped right into the action here. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of flashing lights and things happening. A lot of flashing lights. Very hard to get used to. For your Try to help me find the objective.
So the objective is right down there. You can see the little gray ring. Yep.
Okay. It doesn't open for a few seconds.
As you can see, it's contested because in the top there are both blue and red circles. And how many people there are on the point.
The blue and red circle.
So there's one.
Yep.
There's one
blue and
blue. Okay, so now. Oh, never mind.
So now Bluffton is ticking up because they have more on the circle.
Well,
No,
so
since
we have people on the point, they cannot fill the circle around the point to flip it.
So it looks like Anderson has a pretty big lead right now, already 30% towards capture.
Yep.
You usually get a big lead if you capture first, because then you have to hold that team fight. Right. And that whole fight, your percentage just racks up. So Bluffton wants to come in to take them off the point, get them on the respawn timer. As quickly as they can. Yeah.
Yes.
And then fill their own to start climbing back. Awesome. A lot of people will like to, once they capture point, walk up a little bit away from point to try and stop them as they're trying to come in. Oh, I see their strategy there. You don't, once you have it captured, you don't have to sit on it anymore. You can go out. You don't have, it ticks at the same speed. You can meet your team where they are and fight them. Cool. They might get a single capture percentage here. Anderson's already up over 66%. Pushing Queen into the corner. She can't do anything. With 5v5 here, it's a pretty big battlefield. A lot of communication goes into them working together. Absolutely. It's a lot harder for tanks than it was back in Overwatch 1. Overwatch 1 had 2 tanks. You plan your abilities with each other to try to... Yeah, cooldown usage is very important thing. It's almost like a dance. If you use this cooldown, I use my cooldown. Yeah. So I see we're looking in. If we look in the bottom right of the screen, we see the numbers ticking down. That's the cooldown for the player to be able to use their ability again.
Yes. And so now, since they're at 99%, but the red team is contesting, it goes into overtime. And as long as the red team was contesting, they could flip the point.
So even though they were right at 100%, it didn't end because they would happen to be contesting. It gives usually like 5 seconds of leeway within 2-touch point before it hits 100. So right in the nick of time, Bluffton took over and is now ticking up their percentage. Because if they don't touch point in time, it just hits 100 and we win the round. Wow. But as long as they touch point, it will go in overtime. They don't even need to stay on it; they just need to touch it. So now Bluffton trying to call a comeback here. 5-player kill streak sounds pretty good. 3. Are we watching? Reaper takes a 4-piece. That's actually really good.
So right now we're watching Tracer. This is the blue team. He's just waiting for the rest of his team to get.
They're regrouping probably and trying to go in to kick them back off of the point. Yeah, his job as Tracer is just to basically be a little rat. Harassment.
This is the blue team's tank.
Do some of your abilities place debuffs on the opponents and buffs on your? On some heroes they do. Orisa, who we're watching currently, doesn't exactly get debuffs, but she does have that one ability that's on the 7-second cooldown. It's a spear that essentially, when you throw it, they get stunned for maybe about 1.5 seconds. That's probably really there. I know crowd control abilities are huge in games like this, really important. It used to be like detrimental.
And this is one of the red team's supports.
Playing Juno. Juno's a very technical, not play. Don't call it a comeback here. Bluffton's already up to 90% after Anderson got maybe a second away from 100% already. We are up in this fight.
This is one of the red team's damage heroes.
Overtime.
This is Cassidy.
So the overtime keeps reticking when someone jumps contested. As long as someone's on, overtime stays going. Is this a usual thing that happens? Both teams get to 99% and then there's overtime?
It's
pretty common. Okay. It happens a lot more often than most people would like. So they actually went Lucio.
So now it goes back into red team's overtime, and blue team has captured.
So Anderson took the first match point. Wow.
Yes. And it's best 2 of 3, so they have at least one more game.
Yes. Bluffton has one more opportunity to tie this up. Right. So if Bluffton can take this one, we'll go to a game 3. But if not, the winner, Anderson will be the winner.
Well, for the first game.
Okay, so each game is a best of 3, and then how many games do we play?
It's best 3 of 5.
Yes. Excellent. Okay. So we're in the same map with the same objective.
It's a slightly different map.
It's the same map, but a different section of the map. Interesting. So how ones like this work is they cut sections of a map and put the point into that part of the map.
So you'll see that this map is outside instead of the previous one being inside.
Yeah. So this is still game 1.
Yes.
Yes. This is round 2. Round 2 of game 1. This map, usually the maps that are for this, like these maps, are usually from Overwatch 1, or they cut pieces from Overwatch 2. Excellent. Can you tell me about these numbers up in the top left next to the characters' names?
That's their percentage of ultimate ability.
Oh, basically, they have a certain ability that they have that charges their ultimate faster than others. Like for Reaper, it's just doing damage that makes his ultimate charge faster. Or for Roadhog, it's mitigating damage that builds his up faster. That's interesting. It's on the HUD. Do the players see that as well, or no? It's in the bottom middle of their screen. Do they see their teammates as well?
You can go to
if you hit tab to look at the scoreboard, you can see theirs. Like that. Most of the time,
so you'll see this.
The players will have to communicate their ultimate level to their team. Say, hey, I'm at 80%
You can
of ult.
communicate
it vocally or there is a ping on your keyboard, you press Z, and it pops up
maybe
the
a
character's voice line
captain,
saying my ultimate is ready.
A shot
Letting
caller
them
or
know
a
that you're
captain
ready.
can be tracking everybody's by hitting tab.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that very often because you want to be looking at your screen, right? But
Yeah, or you can get used to just knowing what
doing
you
it
need to
super
look at, so you
fast.
can hit tab and just see it really quickly.
So then once your shot caller knows that most of your team is about to gain ultimate, they can call
Yes.
a push or call a yeah, that's
Because
huge.
a lot of ults can synergize with each other really well, and in a lot of ways you wouldn't expect.
Yeah.
You don't want to all in use all 5 ultimates on one fight.
Oh, I
You
see.
want to try and piece them out
You
if
do
you can
piece them out.
to get the most value out of them.
Okay. So Gigabyte here is 95% about to hit ultimate. I'm curious to see how fast they use it once it hits 100%.
So, because he's Tracer, he'll probably use it fairly quickly. Because
Yes.
it's one of the fastest charging ultimates.
And it's also one
so
of
that
the
means you can use it
highest
more
kill
often.
potential
Yes.
if you can land it.
It could be a one-shot kill even?
It is a one-shot kill
Oh,
from
okay.
anyone but tank.
I see.
It's essentially...
So he wouldn't need to double up with someone else's ultimate to try to get a double kill or something.
His ultimate is Pulse Bomb, which is like a sticky explosive that he can throw it, it can land on the ground, explode, or kill someone, or if he throws it and it hits someone, it sticks to them.
So right here, Gigabyte has an X. Does that mean that they've died?
Yes.
Yeah.
So but they still have ultimate.
Except
so
for now.
maybe that's a mistake by Gigabyte by not using the ultimate before they died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also now the round resets, which also means
Which resets
that
their
everybody has 0%.
0% ultimate now. Yeah, that makes sense.
So on last fight, it's usually beneficial to just all in with all ultimates, just because if you lose that fight anyways,
It's
not
over
gonna
anyway.
matter.
Right. Interesting. So Bluffton did win that round.
Yes,
So
we
now
are
we're
in
going
game-
to
we are in round 3.
The round 3 to decide who wins this first game.
Now this one's going to be interesting. This point specifically is really popular to play Widow on, just because there's high points, and Widow
is high ground.
Widow loves to get on high ground because she has a sniper rifle that
Luke, I have the high ground.
That to most people, yes, essentially, it works that way. Essentially, she can take high ground really quickly and if she can hit her shot, she's a detrimental threat to the enemy team.
So this shield right there, that's probably a tank. It looks like a tank character, right?
Yes, Reinhardt.
Oh, that's Reinhardt. I do know that name.
Yeah. He's just a big German dude with a giant hammer. That's
He puts a shield up for the team to try to advance without taking damage.
So currently Bluffton is kind of dominating this.
Really?
This
They're
first
playing
one.
really well because usually Reinhardt versus Roadhog, Reinhardt wins.
I see.
Just
So
because
it's
Reinhardt
almost a mismatch of characters here?
Yes, Reinhardt. He really relies on his shield, and Roadhog is a shield breaker. He does a lot of damage just by natural, and it can really just break a Reinhardt shield quickly, which can leave Reinhardt vulnerable to the entire enemy team, or leave his team vulnerable to attacks.
So then would Anderson be trying to all focus on Reinhardt to get him out of the way, and then
That is the strategy that some people do, where they all focus tank to try and just blow him up as quick as possible.
Another strategy is going for support so that they have no heals.
Right, that's usually, in other games like this, I usually am working in a group of 5, and we usually try to focus healer.
Yeah, because
once
without
the
their
healer's gone,
supports, they can't sustain
the other
for
players
long.
can melt pretty quickly.
Now we're playing Sojourn here, which she is a very interesting character, because that little bar under her crosshair, it's a railgun. So as she shoots, she builds up charge with it, and if she gets
So
to
right now
100%,
she's at 20% charge. Now 75.
70. Okay, so we're going
when
to
you
get
now
a
100,
100%, it does.
and then she
at
just
its
did
most
the
damage.
railgun.
It charged up.
And then she just used her ultimate ability, so it charges,
charges almost instantly.
constantly over time.
Yeah, I see it.
And it just shreds anybody, everybody.
How many kills was that? Did they get like 3 kills there?
That was 2
They
or
got
3.
2. Sojourn got 2. We got another one. Roadhog can be very good to just hold point.
I like the movement of that character there that just happened. It had some kind of jetpack that.
Yeah, Juno has.
She kind of
gravity
just
boost
can
that
like
lets her float
levitate
around.
in the air.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
and she has a little ring that she can shoot at that gives her and all of her teammates a temporary speed boost.
Oh, very, very good. Now, do
So
you
this
see,
is
do you
Venture.
see your
She goes
teammates?
into the ground. I don't know if she's gonna do it soon. And then she also has that dash.
That dash pushes people back as it takes them with her.
Oh, cool.
So there are people who
You can
have a
push-
strategy with Venture that go into the back line and use that on supports to push them into the front line.
Yeah.
This is actually the newest character, Wu Yang. He has it's a healing over time.
He's decently move heavy too. He's a very movement focused character.
So his first ability on the left, the bottom right, makes him go faster.
So is he controlling this blue orb?
Yeah,
by
he
moving
controls
to the
his
left?
shot.
So
And that's a healing orb or something? or?
No, that's his damage.
Okay.
So there are two ways to use that orb. You can either just click and it throws, or you can click and hold and you can like travel
You can charge
around.
it up to deal more damage.
Interesting.
But it takes 2 shots if you move it around.
You control it.
Yeah.
Left and hook point back. This one's definitely going to be neck and neck.
So again, Anderson ticked up to 99%, but
Yes.
Bluffton able to kick him off right at the
Now their
right
tank
moment.
counter swapped our tank. Our tank was Roadhog. Orisa can be pretty hard to play for a Hawk.
Yeah, so Gigabyte here still has ultimate up, but you're saying they should be using it, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but he also wants to look for a viable place
Yeah,
to use.
'cause
Right.
also
you got to
if-
make sure you
And it's
use
not
it
getting
correctly.
value.
Because you also have to think there are like some characters like Kirito, which the red team doesn't have. But if she gets stuck, she can use one of her ability to get unstuck.
She has an ability called Cleanse, which basically takes away any negative effect on her or anyone that she uses it on.
You can restore debuffs on your
It could get rid of debuffs. It could take off Tracer's ultimate. It could stop certain ultimates from hitting if she cleanses at the right moment.
Are there dots or damage over time effects you can put on?
Yes, Ana primarily. Her entire weapon is damage over time.
So then you could have a teammate of support and cleanse that off of you for you if you needed to.
Yeah. Ana is a very strong support. But she can have a high skill set because one of her abilities, Sleep. It's
So
just a sleep
blue
weapon.
team just killed the tank, which made everything else very easy.
They swapped
I
Lucio to
see.
try and get
They
the point in time to
won.
get a touch, but he just couldn't get there
So
in time.
Anderson kind of all focused the tank to get them out of the way, and then
Yes.
once the tank was dealt
Anderson
with,
takes game one.
the rest of the team went out and they took game one. So
It was definitely a close match, but Anderson does take game one.
very good. Anderson up 1-0. I know we
And then-
played 3 rounds there, but it was the best 2 out of 3 for the first
Yes.
game. So Anderson is up 1 game. So we'll see on the top of the screen 1 flip lit up for Anderson. And we'll play best 3 of 5 of games.
It looks like
Awesome.
it looks like this one is best 2 of 3. All right, so this is Havana. This is a push map. So there is that little truck that he's looking at we're looking at right now. We are trying to get that all the way to the end of the road.
Oh, one team is pushing that truck?
Yes, one team is pushing, one
there's
team
another
is
one.
defending.
prevent push, yes.
So the other team has
And
a truck as well?
so there are 3 points that you are trying to get to. This is the first one, which will then open up that gate. Then there's another one past here.
All the way at that second,
all the way
to the second gate on the other side of the bridge.
To a second gate, and then there's
right
one
all
all the way.
Then all the way to the castle at the very end.
So if you go through, so that's point 2. If you go through this wall, you can't. If you go,
I feel like our observers should be able to go through walls. That would make this.
It would make
cooler,
sense, but this is Blizzard we're talking
So
about.
let me back up a second. There's one team is like the mover trying to move.
yes. So what we're looking at, who we're looking at right now, is the defending team. So they get time to prepare for the other team.
Their tank is playing Sigma, who's really good at holding chokes. This specific choke is really good for Sigma or Reinhardt.
Oh yeah, with the shield guy. So
Yeah,
here
just
they are
'cause
trying
you can swing hammer around that corner.
Does this vehicle automatically move if they're near it, or do they
Yes.
have to?
So if you look at the top middle, it's the 2 and 3 is how many red people are on
And
the
unlike
point.
point capture,
And it might move
Card-
faster if there's
card
more.
moves
Yes.
faster.
So you
It
can
has a limit though.
how many arrows is kind of how fast it's going.
It's max. It moves at its fastest when there's 3 or more people on it.
So 3, 4, or 5 would be the same speed.
Yeah.
Yes.
You usually don't want to have all 5 on cart. You normally at the most do 2, or if you wipe the whole team, then you do 3.
Right.
But mostly, we like to keep cart pushing by putting a support that has long range.
So
on
like this
cart.
Ana that was
Yes,
just on
Ana
first.
stays with cart. We call her Payload Princess because she
No.
just stays with the cart the entire time.
Is Anderson able to push it backwards if they have the blue
Yes.
circle?
So as you
Okay.
can, it's not like they push it backwards after a certain amount of time
It
of
starts
red
to
not
regress
being
backwards.
on it. It
Oh,
gets
I
pushed
see.
backwards.
So there's a little small arrow to the left now. That's it, regressing back because
Yes.
Because it's not being
hasn't-
pushed.
Lufton hasn't pushed it in a long enough time. Interesting.
And then being on the defenders being on cart doesn't make it regress any faster.
Yeah, it's always the same regressions.
Right. That makes
Regression's
sense.
always the same.
And if blue team gets, if even one person is on the cart like it just was, then it will stop until that blue person is on.
I see.
So that was
High Noon.
Gigabyte's ultimate. It's called High Noon. It will absolutely.
It's just a Clint Eastwood movie. That's all Cassidy is.
Yeah.
So this is Genji. He has a sword that can deflect. He can dash.
He has 2 primary fires. One's a straight line of 3 shurikens. The other is what you were seeing him do. He was doing, which is throwing him kind of in like almost in like a half circle.
So that we have a time limit at the top as well. We're just under 4 minutes time. They're past the
and
first
every
checkpoint.
time you get a checkpoint, you get more time.
Oh, okay. So when they hit this next
So you
checkpoint,
get two. You
If they
get
hit this
two,
next checkpoint,
2
they will
minutes
get,
for the
I
first one and 1 minute for the second one.
Yes.
so they have 4 minutes and 40 seconds technically if they hit this next checkpoint.
Yes.
Excellent.
Which first point on Havana is the hardest point to push.
Okay.
Just because of that first street where that little corner is that they were playing at. That choke is one of the hardest chokes to play into.
So they're through that part already. So they
They're
might
through the
start
hard
moving
part.
faster now once they regroup and get back on point here. We could see it move pretty fast.
Either that or Anderson just is ready to.
To defend and keeps them off.
Yeah, second point has a lot of high ground, but not as much cover on high ground. It's very open. So you only really want to play that high ground if you can make sure you can keep them from, getting at you while you're up there.
What do I see off to the right here? It says level 49.
That's his
level with
specific
hero. That basically shows
hero level.
He has experience with this character.
Oh, so you
So
level
he
up
has
the character as you play
experience
with
with Genji, which is the one that he's playing right now. Or let's go to this one. So
Raven.
he has Orisa, which is the first one.
Orisa is his highest level. That means he plays
22.
the most.
Yep.
Okay.
Reinhardt at 16, which is the one that he's playing right now, and Sigma at 13, which is the one that Contain Name is using.
Those are his 3 most played tanks.
Oh, so they're about to hit the second checkpoint, which means they're going to get another minute of time to try to reach the end and take this first game.
Big shatter.
So that ultimate's called Shatter. It puts everyone, it makes everybody kind of go to sleep.
It makes them all stun and go prone.
Oh, I bet using CC skills in this game mode is probably very big,
It can be very important.
So there's the first checkpoint. We saw the tick up in an extra minute there.
Yes.
So now over 3 minutes left to get this the last third of this track finished for Bluffton.
Yep. There are ultimates that were really beneficial on push, like Roadhog's ult, which basically is that big giant fast shooting one that pushes people back. So if they have like maybe several seconds left at point, and Roadhog is his ultimate, he can use his ultimate and just push them off the cart.
Oh wow.
Just entirely.
So Blue Jays probably gonna
He's probably gonna go for a high noon if he can.
Once it gets around this corner, so that he can.
Around this corner.
Right there.
He just ulted right there. Yeah.
Yep. And so it basically increases the damage of the person and decreases the amount of damage they take.
And it's very popular to use with Blade because they're such high mobility and they do such increased damage.
That was a big push. It looks like 2 minutes left. They're already almost to the end here. It looks like Bluffton's going to my eyes anyway, they're going to easily finish this.
Oh, they got a nice
game.
second touch.
Now they've Anderson needs to get on there to stop it. It's about to be over. You see Anderson has 2 players on, 1 player. Nobody's on. That should be it. And there it is.
Okay, so there's one more round where now Anderson is going to be pushing and Bluffton is going to be defending.
Yeah, so they'll take turns. Or
and we can bring this
trade
back to
so they
go again if
they
we
got
to push
all
it
3
off
points and they had almost 2 minutes left.
Now,
So
we
if it
have to
goes
push
into
it to all 3
over,
points
so
if
if
we want a
we
chance to
get
win.
if we get it to all 3 points, then it goes to rounds 3 and 4 where we have the amount of time remaining to get as far as we
To
can.
see how far you can get. Oh,
Yes.
So you still.
And you
not
don't get
only
extra
do you
time
wanna-
on that one.
Not only do you want to get there as fast as you can, you want to save time for in case
Yes.
there's overtime.
Yes.
Because it doesn't give you extra time when you get to rounds 3 and 4.
Interesting. So
Otherwise,
how much time did they have left when they finished?
It says in the top middle
Oh, they have
1 minute and 54
1
seconds.
minute 54 seconds. So
Roughly 2 minutes.
Anderson would like to finish this with more time than 1:54.
Yeah.
Yes, that way
So
we have more time to
currently,
try and get it
the red team
further.
is going towards the payload to get ready for Anderson to.
Yeah, see how they play Reinhardt on this, because Reinhardt is like one of the best for this choke point.
Have the big shields. Yeah.
Well, how his hammer works is when he swings it, the hitbox starts over here and then comes around.
Oh, you can almost swing around
So
the
there's
corner. at
there's a
people?
tech that some people do where they move their camera with it, so it starts basically almost behind them, and then they swing almost a full 180.
Wow.
So they can hit people that are like completely on their sides. And he can just take so much space on that corner.
We'll try to see that. This is Reinhardt here, right? We'll try to see
Yes,
that
this
tech.
is Reinhardt.
We can see that swing of the hammer where it covers the whole. Yeah, he just swung right there.
Yeah. You can see the little red line. That's where it hits.
Yeah.
It hits in that red line. So, Exploded is playing Symmetra, and she shoots those little.
She has 2 fire settings. She has her left click, which is basically a beam, a laser, that builds up and does more damage as she uses it on someone.
Oh, the more like
The
consecutive
more
hits on the same
consecutive damage
person.
she does, the bigger the beam gets and the more damage she does. And she also has a right click, which is a charge
that you're seeing right now.
shot.
the charge
Yes,
shot.
that it does considerable damage when fully
And
charged.
she also has those little
turrets
that do constant damage to you if you're in range.
Excellent. So they are 2 minutes and 30 seconds getting to this first checkpoint. Well, you said they gain 2 minutes once they reach this checkpoint, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And then they'll gain another minute on the second checkpoint. So in total, they're at 5 minutes, 20 seconds left for the round.
Correct. If they have a flawless push, they can get like almost 6 minutes of time.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. If they are pushing as fast as they can the whole time, by the end they'll still have
And
6
with
minutes.
with no interference.
With
they
no
could
interference,
have
right.
Roughly 6 minutes.
Wow.
Before they do the next round.
Who have we not talked about? We haven't talked about Galivon. He's playing Ash. He has a scoped shooting and regular shooting.
He can fire from his hip and fire faster, or he can aim down his sight and do more
So this
damage
is
with his
aim down
shots,
the
but it's
sight.
single fire.
Yeah, I see Bluffton has almost 4 ultimates ready now. I bet there's going to be
Yep.
a big engagement here very soon.
Most likely.
So she also has Dynamite, which you just saw her
There it
throw.
is. Exploded, just ulted, right?
Yes, dynamite, she could throw it, and then over time it will explode, or she can shoot it and cause it to explode.
So what she just did, she used her ultimate, which is just a big buff guy named
Big
Bob.
buff robot guy named Bob.
King Bob. I love it.
He charges in if he runs through someone, he throws them up in the air, and then he basically acts as a big sentry turret. And he can actually hold point. He actually counts as a person.
Wow, he's a little pet guy that can actually stick a point.
Yes, he can actually touch a point.
Another person we haven't talked about is Amethyst with Kiriko. So she has her.
Kiriko is a very
So
high damage.
what she's doing right now with so this is her ultimate.
Kitsune Rush.
It's Kitsune Rush. It makes everybody shoot faster.
It makes everybody move faster, increases their attack speed, increases their regen speed.
It buffs the whole team. So as they're approaching this corner, they wanted to use their ultimate to give everybody a buff to kind of get some momentum to get into the checkpoint here.
And Kiri has.
They're close
two
to out of time.
abilities.
Only 12 seconds to finish this checkpoint. I
They
think
will
they're
get checkpoint though.
Yeah,
They can't make
they're
it back in
lagging
time.
a little bit behind Bluffton's time from last game.
Yeah.
It's definitely a challenge, but it's not impossible.
Yeah.
This is Tracer again. She almost has her, or he almost has his ultimate again.
I wonder if this time we'll actually get to see him use it. Because we've talked about Pulse Bomb, but we haven't seen it in action yet.
I just
So that was just a
that
recall?
That was her recall. It basically
So it resets to where she was and
like
resets her health
3-4 seconds prior.
It like
resets
almost
resets
time
the
travel
to when she
Yeah.
was there.
That's cool.
And then she has those dashes, which are also the arrows in the middle of her screen.
I heard Bluffton calling out Tracer too when they used the Tracer ability. They
Yeah.
called out
Yep.
Tracers coming, so they were
It
here in the
warns
teams
everybody to
communicate
be
here in the
cautious
room.
and watch out for Tracers so they don't get Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, it's really
That
cool.
can be a very bad thing if you get Pulse Bombs.
Especially if you're in an area with other people.
Because then if you get stuck, there is potential for you to accidentally go up to another one of your teammates and blow them up with you.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, careful. It's really fun to have you guys explaining to me at the same time. I can hear the players communicating to each other. Getting a sense for how much communication has to go into playing this game and playing it well.
A lot of communication, a lot of saying the same thing 3 times in a row.
Yeah, go, go, go. Over here, over here, over here.
You'll hear it a lot just because we try to get that point across as quick as we can. And sometimes it takes people, especially in high stress situations like this, sometimes it takes them a couple seconds to process before someone says something.
Now, in your team dynamic, do you have one player certain who's specifically your shot caller that others listen to?
We like to assign. That's normally tank, or in some situations.
It makes sense since the tank would be dying less, hopefully,
Yes,
so
the
they
tank
have
is
vision
the
of
one
the
who's
field.
like in the front, taking the most damage.
Yeah,
He's going to see everything before everybody else.
Right.
So the pulse bomb just went off. We just missed it. It killed.
We'll see it again.
It did
Symmetra.
take Symmetra out. They're up on this fight against Anderson.
So this is Juna.
7 seconds
again.
left. It looks like Anderson's going to run out of time before they reach the second checkpoint, so Bluffton's going to take this one. And basically that means now we're one game apiece, right?
Yep.
So now we go to the third game.
Now this is going to be the tiebreaker.
Yeah. So it'll be a different objective as well?
Yes.
I do know, as far as time goes, we have the next session here at the Hoosier Educators Computer Conference is starting in 8 minutes, so we may not have enough time to see that third game.
We're going to do the third game.
We are going to see the third game. Very good. So we have some flexibility. We can go a little over our allotted time here to be able to see the conclusion of this match, which has been very close match, I think.
Yeah. So this next map is called New Junk City. It is Flashpoint, so it's best 3 of 5, and it's all on one map. And it's like.
So we're switching to best of 3. So this is the tiebreaker. Okay. This will be the last one.
I figured.
We'll be a little bit late for our onboarding, but that's fine. Nick's going to make an announcement at 11. And then we'll just use one of those computers to pull up our stuff.
So it's best 3 of 5, and it's like Control. It has the same idea of Control, but
now,
the percent
Control
goes up a
was-
little faster.
Control was the first.
The first
game
one.
we watched?
Yeah.
Okay,
This is
okay.
Flashpoint.
Like a King of the Hill type.
Basically, it's a lot faster.
So this is the same idea, but the percentages go up faster, and instead of 2 of 3, it's 3 of 5.
3 of 5, okay. So faster paced. Somehow it's going to get faster than what it was already. Got it.
Yes, well,
This is a
on
very
Control,
fast game.
if you lose first team fight, they'll get up to maybe like 40, 50%. On this, if you lose team fight, they're up to 80.
Oh, wow.
It goes quite a bit faster.
Yeah. So you have to be quick to regroup and get back in there and kick them off.
It's not a gradual difficulty increase. It's fast.
Yeah. So here we go. To decide the winner of this exhibition between Bluffton and Anderson High Schools, the final game.
Flashpoint is usually good to get to point quickly. So speed characters are really common to be played. in Flashpoint.
Supports
so
give
stuff
your
like
team
stuff like
speed boosts.
Juno, Lucio.
Yeah.
They're the most common you see.
And people like Tracer, Genji, as we see.
Yeah.
On
movement
Anderson's
forward.
team, Reaper, as we see Gavilan playing. Those are all. Yeah, this is Reaper. He has a few ability. He has 2 shotguns that just get shot one after the other. And he's pretty movement based.
Yes, he's very high damage.
Cool. Oh, I saw that lunge forward there. That was cool.
So that was one of Symmetra's ability.
She places down a teleporter from one
which
place
is
to another.
exploded.
And then your teammates jump on it to get a little speed
Yes.
boost.
A lot of people, they will pick Symmetra, put down a teleporter so their team can get forward a lot faster, then switch to what they're actually going to play.
So it's that ability
I
right
see.
there. The one that's currently on cooldown.
So characters are allowed to switch characters in the middle of the fight. Like right now, if I wanted to play, I could just switch to a different.
Well, as soon as you die, you can switch to whoever.
As you respawn.
Yeah, like the
that's
spawn
cool.
point on a lot of maps, especially control maps, people like to pick Sim, put their teleporter as far as they can so their team can get a head start, then pick whoever they're going to
And they'll
play.
pick to their actual
character. So their team can get a head start and hopefully.
Now Anderson's coming in strong with the just like pushing everyone back.
Yeah, like you said, they're already ticking point. You said it ticks a lot faster than it did in that first round.
Yeah, we can already see it's already at 40%.
That was fast, yeah.
It moves up a lot faster. It's a lot more stressful for the enemy. They want to get in as fast as they can, but sometimes they just can't rush the ult.
Right, if they rush too fast, then they go in onesie twosies and get killed again, and then you're waiting.
Then you're staggering your whole team.
Right, you don't want to stagger in. So it looks like Lufton is regrouped. They're about to come in to try to push Anderson off this point, but they're already at 69-70% now. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. They just lost another. Well, he's still alive? No, they took him out.
Team wide.
So
full team kill. So it looks like pretty quickly Anderson's going to take this first of
Anderson does take
best of 5.
First
right?
of best of 5. So if you look next to the percentages, that's how many points they have taken.
Yeah.
Anderson just took their first one. And then it says Flashpoint unlocks in 30 seconds. So they want
them enough time to get there.
They want to be the first team to get to the new capture point.
Oh, so it's going to be a new part of the map.
Yeah.
That's why movement characters are so.
Yeah.
So if we look now, we're in this area right here instead of in the place in the like little cage.
Right.
So this one's a lot more interesting to play around because there's not as much coverage. It's very open.
So Exploded is now playing Torb, which has a shot that is just like an arc and also like a shotgun shot. His ability that just caught off cooldown, he can place a turret, which is right there. And the second ability is destroying the turret, and the third one gives him like extra health and
attack speed and movement speed. And then he has a hammer that he can either use as a weapon or to repair his turret when it takes damage.
So
that was
Wu Yang
just repaired his ultimate up with Genji.
So Wu Yang's ultimate puts like an orb around the person that you choose, and it explodes after a certain amount of time, not damaging them, but damaging the other team.
And it also
gives you extra health.
Strong
like
an
area damage that also buffs yourself when it goes off.
He can choose to place it on someone in his team or on himself if he wants to.
If my enemy team did that to me, if they put that orb on me, I would be trying to get away from my team. I'm then telling my team stay away.
You can only put it on your team.
Or his teammates.
Oh, I'm with you now. Okay.
So it's like kind of like you want to rush into your the enemy team if you get it.
It allows someone to be extra aggressive. Or it can be used as like a last resort save. So we see Genji actually died to Tor's turret because it's the same as Symmetra turrets. It's just if it sees you, it starts shooting at you, and that damage does stack up. It's not a lot, but it starts to stack up.
Lufton just retook point, which doesn't look great for Anderson.
Unless they can get back fast, this point's gonna be hard to take.
I see. So this one's interesting because Lufton was able to retake control of the point after Anderson had it for a while. But that didn't happen in the first round. Right? And it looks like with overtime here,
so they're back in the
Lufton's trying to, if they can push all of Anderson off, they'll take this one and tie the game up, right?
Exactly.
1-1.
Yeah. They did get this.
Looks like
so they did get the
it.
point. So now it's 1-1. So they have at least 2 more.
If any of you are here for the 11 o'clock, we will be starting the 11 o'clock session soon, but the Overwatch game is continuing on. We're going to let them play through. I might go up and start unplugging mice from some of the computers, see if that affects the gameplay at all. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we're going to start the 11 o'clock here in just a couple minutes.
A lot of cover you can play around, a lot of angles. So characters like Junkrat are good here.
Does that make you want a ranged character more than a melee, or vice versa? Or?
In some ways, like if using the Junkrat on this point, it could be useful because he can just shoot over the walls and arc his grenades to land into the enemy team.
Yeah.
Or if you're a melee character, you can play around the walls.
Right. When somebody pops around the corner, you can swing
at them. You can just constantly be swinging and peek around the walls so you hit them.
Little shotgun blast.
Yeah, so Junker Queen has a shotgun.
Yeah.
She has a knife that you can stick into people and it like wounds them. Makes them deal damage.
It makes them take damage over time, and if it sticks into them, you can pull them back because you recall the knife, and it pulls them back a little bit. Or if you miss with the knife.
So this Wu Yang just did ult, and then he exploded, but no one got hurt.
Anderson got the point first here. They're ticking up. It's ticking up quick.
But now
and then
Red
Bluffton
Team-
took over.
Bluffton
Yeah.
Let's see what Queen did there. She threw her knife and then recalled it.
it
It wouldn't
right
pull
back.
anybody back, but if it goes through someone, they still get the damage over time.
Oh, wow.
And if you look, another thing that's kind of new to this game, if you look in the bottom left where the character is, you'll see the 2 for this character.
The small little 2 there, yeah.
So there are perks that are now into this game. Once you get that from 1 to 2, you get a smaller perk. Once
Yeah.
it gets from 2 to 3, which it's about to for this Genji, then you get a major perk.
And they can really change it how you hit. So that was
I remember hearing about
Molten Core. He basically just puts a bunch of lava down.
Oh, wow. That probably had an AoE on the floor.
It
so
deals
if
a lot of damage
If
very
the team
fast.
touches that, they're probably going to die pretty quickly.
Pretty quickly if they stay in it.
That's awesome.
So really, once you hear because everybody has
They'll have very loud voice lines up the entire
voice
match can
lines throughout the whole, with all of their abilities and ultimates. So you just have to be like listening for.
And if
him
you
to do
hear
his voice line.
someone ulting, you call it out just in case your teammates didn't hear them yell it out.
Yeah, I just heard the player do that right as you said.
Just
that.
so they
That's
can be
funny.
aware.
So Anderson's almost at 90% here, and Bluffton really trying to get regrouped up and push them off this point. There's 2 Bluffton on point taking it. They might take it over here in overtime. This is a big moment right here. They can, and then Anderson cleans them off, and they get right back on. Oh my goodness. Pushing it. Can Bluffton push them off?
The problem is,
Yes, they took it over. Bluffton took it back. This will be.
And so
man.
this is
there it is.
point 2 of
Wow.
3.
Right at
So,
the end. Bluffton pushed him off to take it over.
Bluffton
That was
over
close.
only needs 1 more, and Anderson needs 2 more.
Yes. Yes. That was pretty intense there right at the end.
And as you can already probably tell, it's a very fast-paced game.
Made even faster by flashpoints.
So you're problem solving and like making decisions on the fly so fast here, and communicating
everything has
that
to be
to
a
your
split
team,
second.
and
Especially for the person that we're looking at, Tracer, because he has to know when his blink is able to be used, which is his little short-range dash. And cooldown management is a really big thing with Tracer. And
Just be able to recognize when she can go in and do something, when she's gonna just blow up if she tries to go in. How to harass without, letting yourself die.
Bluffton was close to capturing, and now there they are again. Bluffton's going to take it first,
capture
so
first.
see if they can hold on to it for the full 100% here to finish out this match. This is for the entire match. If Bluffton holds this, right, they win
Yes.
everything. So Anderson really needs to group up.
This is high stakes right now.
Yes, this is the whole entire match right here. If they get this to 100%. And with 4 of them in the point, is that when it ticks up the fastest, or is
It
3
ticks
enough?
up same
It has no
speed
increase
no
in
matter
speed.
what.
Okay.
As long as you captured the...
It goes up just constantly.
Oh, it looks like Anderson's making a push here as they increase over 50%.
There's that turbo.
They have him cleaned off. Now Anderson trying to take over the point.
You can see Owen with Wu Yang.
Owen on
under stand.
Anderson's team?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he left now, but he was under the
I see.
playing field.
Yeah. So there's these orbs again where he's controlling that orb after he fires it,
Yeah.
right?
And if you look at how much
That wave was cool. All right, now big fight. They're all at 100%, but they're in overtime for the entire game here. Bluffton trying to hold on to win the entire game. Can they do it? Overtime keeps getting reset. Every time Anderson steps on, overtime gets ticked back up, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But it also ticks down faster every time.
And there it is. So Bluffton's going to take the entire match. Congratulations to Bluffton. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Owen.
Nope, that's Brenton now.
Owen.
I'm Jeremiah.
Oh, that's right. Owen's playing, right?
Owen's over there.
Jeremiah.
That's Jeremiah. I'm
Brendan. Jeremiah and
Test.
Brendan. Thank you
Congratulations
guys.
to Bluffton. They won
See you guys next time.
this abbreviated match. But also thank you, Anderson, for coming down and competing. This has been great. We are going to transition to our next session, the 11 o'clock session, about the IEN onboarding. So we're going to get that started here in just a couple minutes.
Can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that no-no? Just tell me that you're coming through. What can we ever What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. What can we ever bounce on the rhythm? I'll never mistake the way you give me my faith. Nobody feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire that don't let me escape. The stars still remember they fall to our fate. I don't wanna wait. in my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels, they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again, just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you are, we always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? hiding ways to get away, to see you again.
This is Trevor. Trevor again with IEN. Trevor.
Welcome.
Not sure if I can be heard. Maybe I can be heard out there.
We are loading into our Fortnite match. So if you're not familiar with Fortnite, it's a very popular style game. We have 3 custom modes that we play. So these are maps that are
Maybe they hear me on the stream, but we can't hear me in here. Who knows? I'll just keep talking. Oh, there it was.
I know what it is.
So this is Plainfield High School, Bloomington South High School Fortnite exhibition at the HECC conference. I'm Trevor, here to embarrass myself as much as I can with my lack of knowledge of Fortnite. I do know we're going to start with box fight. There are 4 players per team. So for the IEN map here, students know as they load in which team they're going to be, team 1 or team 2, so they have to walk through the correct portal to be put on the right team. And then they have materials to use to build, to kind of create cover and hide themselves from the enemy, and then work around to You want-
You're good. There you go.
So there you just saw where the two teams chose their portal to walk through to make sure they get placed on the right team, and now they're in building and fighting against each other. How they move this quickly, I'll never know.
It depends on the mode.
Let's see. I'm currently figuring out how the observer camera moves too. It'll get better once I learn the controls here. Once my engineer learns the controls, I guess. There we go. So again, this is Plainfield High School fighting Bloomington South High School. Is that accurate? It's Bloomington South. Yeah. Bloomington North? I knew I was going to say it backwards. BHSN, Bloomington High School North. Yes. Versus Plainfield, where I grew up in Plainfield, in Plainfield schools. But there they are. I was going to mention the resources that they have, but it says they have 0 resources. Can they just build infinitely? I believe. They're not using resources to build, right? They can build infinitely.
Depends on which map you're doing.
Right. But on this one.
On this one, yes.
Yeah. And we always play 5 rounds of each map. This map is box fights where they're allowed to build. We'll see a gunfight next where there is no building. And then we'll see zone wars where there's both. A bigger area, but building allowed. Kind of see what's going on in the players' heads as they make decisions on which type of piece to build and place and edit, as well as which gun to pull out, which item to use at the exact same moment, all while trying not to get shot while trying to shoot the opponent. So a lot goes into being good at this game like these players are. I really like the teamwork aspect of this too, because it is a squad, four players working together, fighting against 4 others. You see a player here trying to jump to get the angle to get a shot off, and then edit themselves into a hole to be able to heal up in safety. They just got taken out by another player. So these walls and stairs they're building can be damaged, both by the pickaxe and bullets from these guns, so they can break down the walls, but it does take some time, take some ammo. That was the end there. I can't see the score. I don't know what rounds we're on. Yeah, it's all good. That was the end of the second of 5, I believe. So they're trying to advance towards the enemy team while staying behind cover that they are editing and placing themselves, all of these walls and stairs, windows. Trying to keep track of where the other team is and where your teammates are. Try not to get out by yourself, to get ambushed. For a moment there, that player was downed but not out. When there's a player crawling around on the ground like this, your teammates can revive you to get you back into the game. It takes a lot of time, and you have to be right next to them, so sometimes that happens where the team comes in to try to stop the revive. You might be able to hear the players communicate that. They'll say something like, they're reviving, or let's stop the revive. was the end of the third round. This is Bloomington South we're watching. This skin is all of the Bloomington players. Bloomington North. I keep saying South, but it's North. Bloomington North. You're gonna yell at me. Making out. That must have been all 5 rounds of the box fight. So we're going to move to a gunfight round where we'll do 5 rounds. So each player gets randomly a random gun to use for the round. It could be a long range gun or a short range. Every player has the same exact gun. The field is going to look kind of like a paintball field if you've ever played paintball, with a lot of little places to hide behind, little billboards, little signs. And players will try to work together to leapfrog forward towards the other team and get the jump on them. And a lot of angles in this one, a lot of flanking from the side, teamwork and communication. But every player gets the exact same gun. There's no randomness to it, so it's a lot more on the certain player's skill to be able to land a shot on the opponent before they land one on you. Speed and precision with the mouse is huge in the gunfight. That's the extent of my knowledge on whatever gun they get. I'm not going to be able to tell you much what it can and can't do. We'll try to decipher that from watching what the players do. So this is what I meant by it's kind of like a paintball field with each team will have some obstacles they can hide behind and kind of jump between.
Or every
And again, ahead of time, each school knows whether they're team 1 or team 2. If our kids forget and accidentally jump through the wrong portal, that'll cause us to have to restart, take some time away. So we're trying to be careful and remind them over and over, we're team 1, we're team 2, or whatever. Looks like we have one player who got disconnected and they're trying to troubleshoot to get him back in before we start. I don't think so. I believe he'll be able to jump right back in. Once he's connected, his team will be able to invite him to the group and he'll rejoin. As long as we haven't gone through the portals yet. When we're ready to start, everybody jumps through their correct one. Yeah. And then there'll be a countdown before it starts. The kids will usually when we're not streaming or not having technical issues, that once it loads, the kids will just go right for their portal and run straight through, and it'll start the round. Looks like they're in now. And they have some type of AR. This is probably a medium-ranged weapon. You can see them trying to get an angle across. This player is going to try to flank around to the left. So you can kind of peek around the corner and see what your opponent's doing without revealing yourself too much to make yourself vulnerable. Communicate to your team on what you see and where they're going. I might be wrong though. Yeah. Yeah. I'm always one word away from being right. I have to look around to see where my wife is. I'm always right. Yeah, she heard me. She just perked up at home, like something's wrong. All right, so we're gonna get this last player back in so we can get a fair fight for 4v4 instead of 4v3. This is what you're signing up for esports. You spend about as much time doing this as you do playing the competitions. Looks like there's 9 players total because we do count as the observer. The observer counts as 1, so we have 4v4 ready to go. Are you able to show their screen? One of their screens. Some of the detail on these maps is kind of cool. There's little terminals there we can hack into. It's just a cosmetic of the map, but players are ready. They're just loading into the map. Sometimes it takes some time to download. If you're in the room with me, you can see on the side TV over here where they're connected. It's taking its time to get them to join. Yeah. I think maybe some sort of bug made it look like all the players were ready when they actually weren't. I bet if everybody could unready and then re-ready, it might go through. we got it figured out here. A quick close and restart of Fortnite got us back to gunfight. So again, each team, every player gets the exact same gun assigned to them, and then they have a field to work with some cover to jump between and try to eliminate the other team. This is the mode where your speed and skill in aiming the mouse, aiming the guns, and being faster than your opponent is key. The previous mode, they did a lot of building and editing of the fort part of Fortnite, and now it's all about who can point and shoot accurately. It looks like they have some sort of long-range rifle assigned to them here. So they get a minute here before the match starts, so they know what gun they're going to use. They can kind of talk to each other and strategize what they're going to do with it. Try to see if we can't see a 360 no-scope out there. I don't know if the players can hear me, but I want to see a no-scope. There they jumped. It looks like Plainfield is all moving together here behind this first bout of cover. They're trying to get some shots off from here. When players move in the open, they know to try to slide or jump to try to make it more difficult for the opponent to track them and get a shot on them. You'll notice too that players have a shield and a health bar. We don't see it here as the observer, but so one elimination there. That was a win. So again, we play 5 rounds of this, 5 rounds of box fight, 5 rounds of gun wars, and we haven't seen zone wars yet. We'll play 5 rounds of zone wars as well. So it's 15 total rounds, and each team gets however many points that they win. So a total of 15 points to be divvied up. Those points are tracked all year, and at the end will be used in the rankings for postseason. So even if one team wins the first 10, you want to play the rest so that you can get even if you get 1 point, if it's the last one, it still matters for the season. If you're in the room, you can see the TV on the side. You can see their health bar and their shield right above it. You see the player on the top left just got hit, took all of their shield, and just got downed. Maybe a teammate can come revive them while they're down. Oh, almost. Plainfield took that one. Looks like they have another long-range weapon for this round. I'm kind of hoping one of these rounds they have a pistol for. We can see the difference, how it plays out. Yeah. Oof. That was a big headshot there by Bloomington. Oh, it took 2 out. Bloomington got that round. Bloomington got that round, I believe. Hey, don't talk bad about it. It's very sensitive. Same. Looks like we have a pistol here. Is that a scope still on top of it? I want to see one of them aim down sights. That would be better. Yeah, this must be the scope theme. All of the weapons have had a scope. I do believe that this pistol is going to be less accurate with distance, so they're going to have to move closer together. Plainfield took that one. This is a very even match. It's been really good. So is this an AR weapon of some sort? It's a semi-automatic. Oh, it shoots pretty fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Got a little tunnel vision there, trying to get the kill and stayed out in the open too long and got crossfired from the other side. You see the opponent come sliding in the picture there. Retreat. Good kill. That's a Plainfield win there. There's the scoreboard. Yeah. So we've done 5 rounds of box fight. We've done 5 rounds of gunfight. Up next is the 5 rounds of zone wars. Players still only have 1 life. They can still, it's a bigger map than that gunfight was. In this one at their spawn, they'll have chests to grab any kind of guns and supplies that they want. Once they're suited up, they can head out and hunt the other team. In regular intervals, the map will shrink with the storm and force the players together to finish the map out. That's why it's called Zone Wars. There will be a large zone at first, and then that'll start shrinking. Any players outside of the zone will take a lot of damage, so that kind of forces them into a small space to fight each other. So the players have to make a decision on how long they spend gathering supplies. Sometimes they can get really good supplies, but if they take too long, then the other team has a time to establish themselves on the map. There's a couple of areas with high ground that you really want to get get an advantage of the other team. Once we jump in, I'll try to show you what we're talking about. Shiny box. So teams will spawn behind these buses, one on each side, with chests to loot, fill their inventory with whatever they want. Once they're happy, they'll take off and hunt down the other team. Yes, you can go into the bus. You can take cover on the bus.
Sit down, I'm trying to drive.
Perfect.
difficulties today.
over here. Hello, testing, testing. 1, 2, there we go. All right, hi everyone. Welcome to our 2 p.m. session, which is going to be Valorant and a streaming workshop. So the teams are getting set up, and we'll get started with the match in just a couple of minutes. We have Shenandoah versus Burris. While that is happening, so once we get them in the lobby, we're also going to focus on how to produce and broadcast a match. So you'll be seeing some of both. You'll be seeing some of the match, but also some of the back end, how to set up OBS, how to configure some overlays, how to look at all of those sorts of things, how Spectator works in Valorant. So Valorant's one of the more technical games we play. It's very strategic in nature. So for Valorant, we have a best of 1 during the regular season. If you're not familiar with Valorant, it is one side is attacking, one side is defending, trying to plant like a device, like a flag in the opponent's team. So we have Shenandoah on attack and Burris on defense to start, and then after the first half they switch. So you'll see some of that in the lobby as well. So we're getting that loaded in. One of the things you want to consider when you're spectating for production of an esports game is the spectator slots. So you notice in Valorant there are different spots for teams. Along the bottom there's attacking and defending coach. So most of the time a coach is going to be able to see only their team in the game. What we're doing, since we want to have a third person perspective, is on the right side called observers. It's mostly named observers in different games, but most games have that kind of third person perspective where you can spectate from. That allows you to kind of fly around and get a bird's eye view of what's going on, better production value for the stream. But in most games, you can also hop into behind a specific player and see their perspective as well. So we'll talk through some of those things. We'll show you how to set up the OBS sources for sound and video. Our production is going to be a little bit different than what you're going to be doing at your school. Extron has been great working through their comp kit, and if you want to learn more about that, they'll have a session tomorrow morning. But they could probably even answer some questions today as we get into some things about how their specifics work with the AV, because we're doing a lot here capturing different computers and feeds and audio and video. So this can be pretty informal in terms of if you guys have specific questions, but we'll kind of show you some of the basics as we're going through. If you want to see something specific or like, hey, how did you do that? We can go back and revisit things throughout. And we're not focused so much on showing you a great show as much as showing you how to produce a show in general. So we got to go back and redo things. We want to delete things and whatever. It'll be fine. We'll do that throughout. So here in about a minute or two, we'll get started and load it in, and then we'll start showing you how to do some things in OBS and for production. So we partner with League OS, which is our competition platform, and the border around that you see is a League OS overlay. That's a web source. So you can just pull in that into OBS, and we can show you how to do that in a bit. But basically, you just copy a URL into OBS, and we get that as a browser source. So that dynamically updates things like our sponsors. You see the little ticker along the bottom, which is for scores. I suppose I can scoot that over a little bit more. So that is something that's really cool that we can offer that a lot of other organizations cannot, based on our partnership with League OS. Valorant's pretty good about giving you a good spectator experience, so it'll show you on the screen kind of a little overview of what's going on with the picks. So every player gets to pick a different character they're going to play. Those characters also have different roles in the game, so you'll hear students talking about like infiltrators or different roles that they're playing within Valorant. So this is kind of a nice place to start the match while everything's getting set up in OBS. So Alex over there is driving all the production, so he's going to be showing us some stuff on screen, and we'll talk through what he's doing. So we're kind of going to transition from this is what you would normally see if you were just doing a normal production out on stream. We've got all of the ticker, the overlay information. There's a scoreboard across the top. So these overlays that we have from League OS are built around the game specifically. So you'll notice once we log into the game lobby. So Alex, probably need to scale. There we go. So you can see kind of the information along the top, the time, the scores, the agents, the teams are playing, and our overlay is built around that, so we don't cover up any important information. Yeah, nah, I think we're good. Yeah. So so Alex is kind of spectating one person. So on his computer, so what you might be doing in your esports programs is you might be running a one PC setup, which is pretty similar to what we're doing now, which is where we have a copy of Valorant running on the computer over there. So he is controlling the different characters you see. In different games, it can be different, but in something like Valorant, I think it's just mouse clicks, right, Alex? Or 1 through 0 on the keypad as well, so you can cycle to individual players. So he's choosing what we're seeing right now, kind of being like a cameraman or a producer for a broadcast. He's picking what is
retrieving flash.
And then what he can do is cycle to individual players. Yep. And so you can jump through. You can't quite see on the mini map. There's different numbers that shows which character he can jump to by pressing specific numbers. They're color coded red and green, so you can kind of see that mini map and see what's going on, where the action is on the map, and then jump to that specific player. There's also free cam, so if he wanted to at some point he could fly around like a bird in a third person perspective and see kind of a top-down view or a different picture of what's going on around the map.
One enemy remaining.
Seeing some different information.
It was you or me.
Yeah, so like the front screen is what is going on stream. The right screen is via the Extron competition kit. So we are capturing actual game feeds from the two centermost computers on either side. So what you're seeing over there is like a composite of those 4 pieces of images that we're capturing. We can use those and the Extron equipment to broadcast that out on the stream as well, or control individual in-room monitors with those. Yep, correct. Yeah, so we're capturing basically everything over there, and then we're splitting what we're sending to the different feeds. And we can show that on stream as well, like if we wanted to do a picture-in-picture or side-by-side on the actual feed. Yep, correct. So Valorant in particular is a good game to talk about streaming with because it's fast-paced and slow-paced. So there's a lot of time in between. Thanks, Botty. There's lots of information. So like, what we can do, Alex, like if you hit tab, you can bring up the scoreboard, so you can start showing things that are occurring. Most of the time, this will occur like in between action for rounds, but you can gain information from there. And we can kind of see what's going on.
One enemy remaining.
Yep. So yeah, lots of little things in Valorant that you can planted. In terms
Shadows
of,
traveling.
like Trevor mentioned, movement. A lot of times you'll see them pulling their melee weapons out instead of their other weapons to make sure that they can move faster. That part, Valorant is really an economic game. doesn't seem like that at first, but you're spending your resources on different items in the game to make your team have an advantage over the other team. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes you might not originally know. You'll hear maybe some teams talking about saving or pushing. That's in terms of the economy that they have in game.
That
So
works.
they're looking to get an advantage over the other team. Maybe they realize, hey, we really don't have that economy right now, so they'll kind of save for around.
Find a way through them. Here.
Banking. Yeah, banking, like save. Yeah, bank and save.
Placing sentry. Turret destroyed.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, so he's in the game as an observer, as a spectator. Correct, yeah. So as an observer, you have the ability to go between different agents and see. So whenever he's switching to a different player, there he's just catching a different button that's jumping to a different player. Correct.
Spike planted.
We do also, like we said, we're counting out from those two computers as well. That's why on the right on that monitor we can show you there is
One enemy remaining.
Constantly. That's not going through the spectator PC. Alex, I'm gonna pull up some OBS and see if we can show kind of what that looks like on the back end. So we'll transition a little bit into what you normally will not see on a stream. So normally in an esports production, we're focused on the game, we're focused on what's happening. But because this is also the streaming workshop, we want to show you how to do that on the back end. So this is OBS. This is a program that we're gonna get up and running and not have an infinite mirror on. Nope, yep, I know. Like I said, this is not a production game. This is a, let's show you how to do this game. So you can use a lot of different production software. OBS is free, it's open source, it's very widely supported, and you can have a lot of different information available for help and things. So this can be a lot. This is a pretty involved setup. So along the left-hand side, you can see scenes. Those are, think of them like kind of folders or buckets for what we want to do. So right now we're in a stream, we could have scenes around starting soon and all sorts of different scenes that we can look at. You may have cameras, so we have a caster camera, so you can import that as a scene where we're showing specifically who's on camera. Cover going out. Going around your room or something else. You can use those. You'll probably have a scene where what's going to happen on the outro. You can have like a things like that. You may have different games even. So like we might have a story for different games. This one, the Valorant one, but we might have some other ones as well. Once you have your scene set up, you're going to then import sources for those scenes. So this is, think of every individual device, picture, video you might want to show on your stream or on your production. So those can be things like a webcam you have plugged in. Those could be a game capture card. So there's kind of two different options for how to stream. You could be streaming on one PC like we're doing now. So he's not capturing a separate video device for the game, he's just capturing a game window. So there's an option in things like OBS called game window where it's just capturing a specific application on the computer. If you were running a dual PC setup with like an HDMI capture card, then you would be able to capture that HDMI video input as well and use that separately as a video source. It's pretty straightforward in terms of your microphones and stuff. So you can, everything is basically a source. An audio source for a microphone, a video source for a webcam or something, an image source. And it's pretty good about labeling the things as they are labeled in Windows. So if you have a USB microphone plugged in, you can just find it as a USB microphone itself. You can. Yep. Yeah, you can run even dual NIC on OBS and do all kinds of crazy things. OBS is very, very powerful, and it's very nice that it's open source and free. There are other options. Some schools start with like Streamlabs OBS, which is kind of a skinned version of OBS. There's a little less going on. It might be easier to get started, but it can be difficult to do some things with. It is resource intensive. Yeah, so even if you start on Streamlabs, you would probably at some point transition over to just normal OBS. A lot more powerful, a lot less resource intensive. There is vMix, which is a lot more expensive and can do even more in terms of pulling in screens and all sorts of things with licenses. But OBS is, I would say, what most of the time you're going to find. In the middle there, you see an audio mixer, so we can track what audio is coming in. You can have like desktop audio being played. You can have capture audio. You can have your microphones. You can have external inputs. So you can balance those with the sliders. You can just take a peek at the meters, make sure everything's good to go. You can easily mute something and then kind of keep track of where things are. This is a program we're using called Mixline as well. This is a little bit different, so you'll see some of that as well. But there are ways to route audio in lots of different ways. Kind of like one of the main things about OBS on the right side is controls. It's easy to miss. So that settings button on the bottom over there is going to be your friend for a lot of different things that's easy to miss. So depending on what you want to do with this stream, if you want to record it, you can set it up to record to a specific spot. You can set it up to stream to a specific channel. But before you kind of choose where it goes, you need to configure your audio and video. So the video tab that Alex is on now, you're going to choose what you want your output resolution to be, both your base and scaled. Most of the time, you're going to be able to do 1920 by 1080 for both, and then choose a frame rate. From there, just make sure you're tracking all the audio you want. Some of these things, maybe only you want to hear, right? Maybe your students are playing in communication, either in the game or in Discord, and you want to be able to monitor that, but you don't want it to go out on stream. You can choose monitor only for those sorts of things, or you can have them default to go out on the stream as well. Most of these things you don't need to mess too much with. There's a lot there that should be good by default, and you shouldn't have to deal a lot with. Once you have those settings, you can go to output and choose, okay, are we going to stream this? Or are we going to record it? And the first time you launch OBS, it'll ask you, like, hey, do you want us to prioritize streaming or recording? What's your main goal? Depending on the platform, you can look at things like your bit rate and your encoder settings. 6,000 kilobits per second is probably reasonable for most things. YouTube can handle a bit higher. I think Twitch maxes at 7. Okay, it's 6. I thought it was 7. Wow. 6 or 7, Nick. 6. Yeah. So. Yes. Yep. So, I mean, 6,000 kilobits per second is probably a good one. There are some settings there in terms of streaming output. NVIDIA cards are really good at streaming. They have a dedicated chip. So if you have an NVIDIA card, make sure you choose NVENC for NVIDIA. AMD's catching up. They're okay. You can also just encode with the CPU. If you're encoding with the CPU, you probably don't want to be doing that on the same computer you're spectating the game with. That's probably going to be a little bit intensive. If you have a high-end CPU, you can do it. Depends on the game, definitely, for sure. But if you have a dedicated graphics card, that's one of the spots this really shines, is being able to encode with your GPU on the NVENC chip. Not to get too technical, but it is its own chip. It's not using the GPU main process, so you're not impacting performance. It's its own little die. So once we kind of get those encoder settings set, you can go up to stream, and this is where you actually choose where it's going. So if you're going to stream on Twitch, you can log into your Twitch account here, or YouTube. Nope, we cannot. This is Restream, which is a platform that lets you stream to multiple places at once without actually encoding and uploading 2 streams. So there's a free version. There's also a little paid version for this. Don't hit show. True story. Don't hit show. The easiest way to do this is just to sign into your Twitch or YouTube account. That's the easiest way to pull over everything. You don't have to worry about the stream keys and all of that. It'll do it all for you. There are some other settings you can look at. Under advanced, you can choose some things like different recording pathways. You can choose whether it automatically records. Stream delay is important. Thank you, Alex. So for something that's competitive like this, we'll want to run a stream delay. And what that basically does is think of it like a live TV delay. So right now, this match is going out 100% live. There's probably a 4 to 5 second delay, depending on latency. So let's say we were an unscrupulous team who was an opponent of one of these teams. We could go onto their stream and watch and see exactly what they're doing in near real time, which would give us a really big competitive advantage, especially in something like Valorant. So adding that stream delay, we recommend 180 seconds, which is about a round and a half in Valorant to give you enough buffer time, just to make sure that there's nothing, unsavory going on between teams. In some games, it doesn't really matter. Rocket League is all real-time information anyway. Super Smash Brothers is real-time information. But in all of our rule sets, we advocate for the games that need it anyway. That is where you would find that setting under advanced. Most of the other things in advance you probably shouldn't need to deal with. But if you ever run into problems with streaming, we can definitely help. One of the things we've done at least once, maybe twice, was have like a streaming workshop where we jumped into a call online and kind of worked through how to do some of these things. But so that's kind of a little bit of the back end of what you'll see in OBS. What else? Oh, you can make scene collections. I suppose we can show that. So at the top in the toolbar, say you really want to have a collection for this is what I do when we do X, like a certain match type, or maybe you want to have a different one for player interviews, or you can create different scene collections. And this collection is saving everything on that screen and coming back to it later for a different thing. So we got a timeout in Valorant for a headset sound issue, maybe? So we're getting some cables connected and making sure everything's good. Most of these games have a built-in feature to allow for that temporary timeout to figure out some technical details. Any questions about OBS and what we've been talking about, streaming? Alex, you want to look at a web source? How to import a web source? So on our competition platform, LeagueOS, we have the ability to use all these overlays and graphics in a pretty easy way. So there's a whole bunch of them over there listed on the right-hand side. If we want something like this stage chrome, which is this border, what we can do is we can copy that URL at the top just from our web browser, and then go to OBS and import that as a web source. So we hit plus and then hit browser. We can create a new one, and we can paste that URL that we copied from the browser. You probably will have to redefine the shape, but then that's what brings in that overlay on the edges. So now we can put that over top of whatever we want. Over top of a camera feed, over top of every scene. One of the nice parts about OBS, again, is you can copy and paste all of these even. So we can say, oh, now that we got it here, we can move it to a different scene and copy and paste it somewhere else. Which map they want to try to play and go through that ban process to figure out what map is actually played. All of that is done on a third-party website that we can use and is linked in our rules and explained as well.
Nowhere to run!
You want to talk a little bit about your stuff?
Spike planted.
Lucas, you want to talk a little bit about the Extron-specific stuff we're doing, and or just in general some other things that I haven't talked about?
Last player standing.
I don't even know.
All right. Hello. Yeah. So, what we have here today under the Indiana Esports Network in their presentation of the arena space here at HECC is obviously an actual esports-based competition, but the setup requires more than just esports as an idea. It is a conglomerate of the desks, the chairs, the PCs, and all of the peripherals that go with it. You need to have all of the equipment set up in a coherent and cohesive way to actually run and facilitate an esport match. Most esports, there's about 30 of them, facilitate on a 5v5 format, because every team is a minimum of 5 or smaller. There are a couple of titles like Call of Duty and Halo that are 4 versus 4, and there are a handful of titles like Rocket League and Apex Legends that are 3 versus 3. Other than that, you will never really have a 2 versus 2, and you will very rarely have a 1 versus 1 format. So, when you're building and kind of considering a facility, looking at a 5 versus 5 setup as a minimum is necessary. When you're looking at using our equipment through Extron, our audio-video equipment allows you to facilitate active learning during the daytime from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., you know, your traditional hours, using the same exact systems and same exact layout as you would for an esports space or a classroom into that same scenario. So what we can do is imagine that this space was like an AP computer science class, and all the students sitting down are programming in C++ and C#, and you want to be able to pull that up onto a TV, like we have here on the right side of the screen, and be able to showcase what that student is writing in their class. That helps facilitate that kind of active learning environment where everyone can turn and see what's going on that person's screen without having to hover behind them or get up out of their chair and go over to the PC. So you can kind of blast it with zero latency to the actual classroom itself. The microphone that I'm using and another one microphone that we have over there are our voice lift microphones, and they're paired with our column array speakers that are in the back of the room. So all of our audio considerations, all of those are manufactured in North Carolina, and so it's all US-based manufacturing. We're on state contract and everything as well. And so everything that you see here today is either ran by us, or the furniture is being provided by Spectrum, and the PCs are provided by Bytespeed, and these are all US-based companies. So the AV systems that you're seeing today is very similar to what you would see in an auditorium setup or an executive conference room setup, but just repurposed using the same equipment for a live esports production. If you look to the left of you in this room, there's a big black rack and a bunch of shiny little lights, green and yellow lights on these boxes. Those are our boxes of equipment. There's stuff like encoders, there's scaling decoders, there's our MGPs, and there's an annotator. And that annotator is pretty nifty because it allows you to do similar stuff to like what a John Madden NFL broadcast used to do, where they could draw on the screen and circle what's going on live. I'm just not over there right now.
Move in after
but the annotator allows you to have really good use cases for VOD review. So for those that are in esports and you're looking at doing live VOD review, wherever you're at, if you're pulling your VOD up at the spectator client, you can pause where you're going. You can draw on the screen to kind of illustrate and highlight what you're talking about rather than just relying on verbal.
Wait, who are you gonna pick before?
Visual and aesthetic communication learning on
We don't have. Yeah, I'm about to say, why not that low? I wanted to go ISO. I'm gonna smoke window on the garage.
And at the bottom is a network switch. Don't give me bomb. Network switch that's managed locally. So all of those feeds in the network switch, they're just Cat6 Ethernet cables. Those plug into all of the encoder boxes that are inside of these desks connected to the PCs. So we're taking the player feed from the computer. So in the back of your graphics card, you're taking the display port and you're plugging that directly into the monitor, and we don't affect that at all. So you have lossless connectivity to the monitor locally, but we'll take the HDMI output from the graphics card and plug that into our encoder, and that takes that feed and mirrors it into our encoder, into our custom Peer 3 codec, and that codec will then feed that to the network switch, and then we can take it from the network switch and feed that out to our decoders, which allow us to toss that video to these TVs or to a projector, or if we're in a different building, we can take that exact same network, and take a switch that's local to that room,
Last
decode
player
it across multiple hundreds of feet into a different building or different room. So our networked AV solutions are very popular for an esports build because we can take each of these encoders and decoders and we can scale a build out depending on what size of a build you want. So if you just have a streaming PC, but you want to be able to take your feed from that stream PC and throw it to a gymnasium across campus or a cafeteria or an auditorium across campus, we can do that very easily using our networked AV solutions. Whereas with traditional HDMI, you're restricted obviously by the cable, but you're also restricted on length. HDMI can only take about 25 feet of distance before you get massive signal degradation as well. So just everything that we have in consideration for normal classrooms, we take that into effect for esports classrooms as well. And we just try to facilitate that audio and visual learning. For Valorant, this used to be one of my games of choice when I was a collegiate esports director. Used to coach a long time ago, back in 23. But this game has changed a little bit too much. Right now they're just defaulting towards B. Your attacker team is just playing around mid and garage trying to get a pick. They have low eco weapons, and so they're forced to kind of play back and play together. A lot of eco being dumped out on them. That was an insane
Last
shot.
player standing.
And they just get kind of wiped out. Yeah. If you want to, you're more than welcome to kind of walk around on the left side and check out the streaming setup. If you want to check out the AV equipment and kind of get a little rundown of what that is, you're more than welcome to check out that side of the broadcast setup over there.
Flash placed.
In we go. Teleport's ready.
Flash trap destroys our
That
lives.
chamber was positioned a little bit too far to left, and so he was actually visible from garage.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Surprise. My time to jump.
One enemy remaining.
Sorry, this was taken. Snuff them out. Shadows traveling.
Revealing area.
Spike planted.
Deploying drone. So close. My ult is ready. Here.
Last player standing.
Revealing area. Teleport's ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Here.
Last place. Launching for.
Cutting through. Decoy.
Drones activated.
Here. Fake teleport.
Retrieving flash. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Last player standing.
This is done.
activated. Gotta go. Go, go, go! I'm out of here. One enemy remaining.
Unimportant.
I'm out of here. We're good. You should run. Gotta go. Spike planted. Bring me the arsenal! Fight! Hit!
The portal closed.
Nowhere to run! One enemy remaining. No more Sova. Oh!
Teleport's ready. That's a good spot.
Who's next?
Blinding. Spike planted. Last player standing. Match point.
I know how this will end.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. I demand what I'm owed. Now we wait. Rip and tear. Launching thorn.
Portal closed.
Spike down A. Get lost. I got go, go, go. 30 seconds left. This way! Go, go, go! Last player standing. Spike down, C. One enemy remaining. Ten seconds left.
I got the spike.
Spike planted. Clutch. Attackers win.
I'm leaving now. See you at the next apocalypse.